Chapter 1191. But that was only a possibility. This spiritual beast didn't encounter such a good thing. She was indeed picked up by a little girl. But if the spiritual beast knew what happened later, no matter what happened, she would risk her life to stay away from that little pervert. That's right, little pervert. That girl, Weiwei, who liked to wear pink princess dresses and looked as beautiful as a doll, was a pervert with a twisted mind. Her family background was very good, but her parents were in a business marriage. They hated each other and each of them had their own little lovers outside. And Weiwei, who was born in such a situation, had never lacked material comforts since she was young, but she had never enjoyed the warmth of a family. A child raised in such a family environment was very likely to have a completely different extreme personality, either a pure white lotus, or an extremely cold and heartless one. The possibility of the latter appearing was much higher than the former. But Weiwei's personality was far more twisted than being cold and heartless. She looked obedient and sweet on the surface, but in private, she had a strong desire to be violent. There was a beast living in her heart. Every time she saw those soft and harmless pitiful little animals, she couldn't help but want to be violent. She wanted to see them lying in front of her covered in blood, looking at the world in despair with their clear eyes, and then die miserably. When Weiwei found the spiritual beast in the heavy rain, she was in a very bad mood. As long as she was in a bad mood, she would want to be violent even more. The spiritual beast was brought home by Weiwei. Weiwei raised her with good food and watched as she turned from a pitiful little thing into a snow-white and precious little pet. The more beautiful the spiritual beast was, the sweeter the smile on Weiwei's face became. The butler who had been taking care of her thought that Miss liked this beautiful little thing, but he didn't know that his Miss liked this little thing. However, what she liked was the way it lay in a pool of blood. Spiritual beasts were different from ordinary animals. She was born with an extraordinary sensitivity to human auras. She could sense that although the beautiful human girl who brought her home smiled at her all day, she didn't like her. She only felt that she sensed danger from Weiwei and tried to leave. But how could Weiwei, who had been watching her, let her run away? What a sensitive little thing. Weiwei revealed a big smile. After that, the spiritual beast was brought into a sealed room. He never came out again. Gu Xingyin shuddered inexplicably as he looked at the long and bloody description. Sensing the cold wind outside and her own shivering body, Gu Xingyin admitted that she was cold. Weiwei's little pervert couldn't scare her. The inside of the box was dark and damp, while the outside was bleak and rainy. Gu Xingyin, who had traveled through countless worlds and lived like a princess, said that if she could open her mouth right now, she would be able to sing a tearful song. Wait, in the heavy rain. Gu Xingyin came back to her senses. She was still in her infancy, and it was raining heavily outside. Right now, this body didn't have any ability to resist. Gu Xingyin tried her best to shrink her small body into the paper box to reduce her presence. Could it be that it was such a coincidence that Weiwei, that little pervert, took a fancy to her? Chapter 1192. Mr. Fong, this way please. A man in a black suit walked out of a building opposite them. His assistant held an umbrella for him. Gu Xingyin's eyes lit up when she saw him. She had an idea. Fong Yuhan had just finished a business meeting. He did not expect to encounter such bad weather when he came out. He looked at the gray sky and frowned. Fortunately, his assistant had placed a spare umbrella in the car. When he turned a corner, he suddenly heard a soft sound that sounded like a cat meowing. A cat meowing? He turned his head in confusion. The assistant was puzzled as to why his CEO had stopped in his tracks. He followed his CEO's gaze. A small head popped out of a cardboard box next to him. A cat. Fong Yuhan looked at the small thing that seemed to be struggling to crawl out of the cardboard box that was much bigger than its body. For some reason, he felt a little amused. It was so small. Fong Yuhan glanced at it. The kitten-like thing was probably only the size of his palm. It was obvious that it had just been born. Since it had appeared in such a place, it must have been abandoned. At this moment, its light fur was wet from the rain and stuck to its body. It looked very pathetic. CEO? His assistant's careful voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Fang Yuhan shook his head and tried to get rid of his messy thoughts. What was wrong with him? Didn't he always dislike these delicate and fragile little creatures? Gu Xingyin had just crawled out of the cardboard box when she saw Fang Yuhan's back. She was dumbfounded. He left? Just as she was about to chase after him, another car stopped not far from her. Miss, there is a kitten here, a gentle voice said. Gu Xingyin's wet hair stood on end. The system had given her a clear notification, and Weiwei was here. The person in the car was An Weiwei. A small red umbrella opened from the car door and a small figure appeared in Gu Xingyin's line of sight. An Weiwei's appearance was indeed very deceiving. Gu Xingyin thought so with a single glance. An Weiwei's big, clear eyes swept over Gu Xingyin. She said softly, "Ah, what a pitiful kitten. Uncle Wen, shall we bring it home?" The middle-aged man called Uncle Wen frowned and said, "Miss, this stray cat is of unknown origin. We don't know if it has any virus. Moreover, these animals have no feelings. Miss, you've adopted so many small animals, but they all ran away as soon as their injuries were healed. It's obvious that they're not familiar with you." Gu Xingyin, "No, let those poor animals go. They didn't run away on their own, but they all died in the hands of your family's sweet and innocent young lady." "But Uncle Wen." And Weiwei began to act coquettishly, trying to bargain with the butler. Gu Xingyin ran in the direction of Fang Yuhan. "Did you guys ever consider my feelings when you were talking so passionately over there? I don't want to accept your kindness." And Weiwei, who had finally convinced the butler, saw Gu Xingyin leave. She quickly shouted, "Oh, Uncle Wen, the kitten ran away. Quick! Go after it." Gu Xingyin ran even faster when she heard this. Chapter 1193. What a joke. If An Weiwei really brought her back, Gu Xingyin couldn't guarantee that her tiny arms and legs would be able to escape from the An family's huge villa. Because of the rain, Fang Yuhan didn't walk very fast. When Gu Xingyin saw the figure in front of her, she suddenly felt her neck tighten. Someone was holding her soft flesh and lifting her up. Ouch! It hurts. She struggled futilely in midair with her 4 paws, but she couldn't grab anything. "Miss, I've caught this little guy." She heard the person who was holding her shout behind him. "Damn it!" And Weiwei's men still caught her. Gu Xingyin looked at Fang Yuhan, who didn't seem to have any reaction to what was happening. She opened her mouth and screamed. Fang Yuhan stopped in his tracks. He heard the pitiful cries of the little animal behind him. "President, what's wrong?" asked the assistant, puzzled. Fang Yuhan didn't answer. Instead, he turned around. Through the thick curtain of rain, he could see the little animal, which had been screaming at him earlier, being suspended in midair. It looked very miserable. When he saw the cold expression on the face of the person holding the little animal, Fang Yuhan suddenly felt very uncomfortable. He strode in the direction of Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin was still struggling. The man holding her seemed a little annoyed and scolded, "What are you screaming for? It's your fortune that Miss likes you. In the future, when you come to the An family, you'll be fed well. Isn't that better than wandering outside?" Gu Xingyin thought to herself, "Your miss didn't bring me back to feed me. She brought me back so that she could cut me open." When the man saw that the disobedient cat was still struggling with all its might, he subconsciously tightened his grip. "Stop it. If you continue, you'll suffer. What do you want to do to my cat?" A cold voice sounded from beside him. When the man holding Gu Xingyin heard this voice, he couldn't help but shudder. He seemed to feel a little embarrassed, so he turned his head and shouted at the person who came, "What do you mean your cat?" "My hand is clearly," his voice was stuck in his throat. Because he clearly saw who the man in front of him was. His master had just struck a deal with the other party today. The head of the Fang family was someone that even his teacher had to treat with respect. If his teacher knew that he dared to yell at Mr. Fang, he couldn't help but shudder again, and hurriedly put on a smile on his face. So it's Mr. Fang. I was rude just now. Fang Yuhan glanced at him. He was not interested in listening to the man's nonsense. He simply pointed at Gu Xingyin in the man's hand. You're hurting my cat, he said coldly. Yours? The man glanced at the dirty Gu Xingyin. It was clearly a stray cat that had just been born. Mr. Fang, are you mistaken? This is a stray cat that I just picked up, meow. Gu Xingyin meowed at Fang Yuhan, as if it was very eager to go to his side. Its actions were very intimate. The man hesitated. From the looks of it, it really did look like Mr. Fang's cat. Fang Yuhan strangely felt a sense of satisfaction from the little cat's actions. Now, can you return my cat to me? The man hesitated for a moment and decided that he couldn't offend Fang Yuhan. So, he quickly handed the cat over. Chapter 1194. However, when he handed the handkerchief over, Fang Yuhan's hands stiffened for a moment. To be honest, he didn't know why he felt uncomfortable when he saw the cat crying pitifully. That was why he had come over and told a lie. However, the little guy in front of him was dirty and wet. Fang Yuhan, who was obsessed with cleanliness, couldn't stand it. Just as he was about to take out a handkerchief from his pocket, Gu Xingyin jumped out of the man's hand and landed firmly on Fang Yuhan's shoulder. Meow. Gu Xingyin seemed to dislike the cold on his shoulder, so it looked around. Then, with a slight push of its hind legs, it jumped into its target, the pocket of Fang Yuhan's suit that he had just put his hand into. Fang Yuhan's entire body froze. He could feel a warmth in his left pocket that didn't belong to him. His first reaction was to reach out and throw this audacious guy to the ground. However, the other party did something else. Perhaps it was because the human body in the pocket was too warm, Gu Xingyin couldn't help but stretch out its little head and rub against the inside of his pocket. It even meowed softly. This sound was completely different from the frightened and shrill voice from before. Instead, it was filled with laziness and satisfaction. It was very happy. After realizing this, the trace of uneasiness in Fang Yuhan's heart strangely disappeared. Forget it. It's rare to meet such a little thing that I don't hate. I'll just keep it. The assistant beside him was dumbfounded when he saw the obvious muddy water marks on his president and the dirty cat in his pocket. The people from the An family didn't know, but he could clearly see that the president didn't recognize the cat at all. Was this really the cold and misophobic president he knew? The assistant looked up at the sky and wondered if he was hallucinating because of the bad weather. Let's go, the president said in his usual cold voice. The assistant turned around and met the president's cold gaze. He immediately went into professional mode. Sure enough, this was still the president. As for the cat, the assistant decided to forget about it. The person from the An family watched as the two people and the cat left under an umbrella in the heavy rain. He did not doubt Fang Yuhan's words. After all, he had seen the interaction between Mr. Fang and the cat. With President Fang's personality, if it wasn't his own, how could he allow a little bastard to be so impudent? He turned around and went back. And Weiwei, who was waiting in the car, saw him come back empty-handed. Her expression was a little unpleasant. Where's the cat? The man said apologetically, that kitten has an owner. Just now, its owner, Mr. Fang, came and took it away. Mr. Fang. Although An Weiwei was young, she knew very well that he wasn't someone she could afford to offend. Since it was his cat, then forget it. However, it was a pity. When she thought of the kitten shivering in the heavy rain, a trace of regret appeared in her eyes. That little thing must be very beautiful when its eyes were filled with despair. The housekeeper saw her like this and thought that she was unhappy because she liked the kitten. He thoughtfully bent down and suggested, Miss, if you really like these little fellows, why don't we go to the cattery and raise one? And Weiwei smiled when she heard this. Uncle Wen, you're the best. Chapter 1195. Fang Yuhan returned home with Gu Xingyin. For the convenience of his work, he did not live in a villa in the suburbs. Instead, he chose a high-end apartment near his company. It had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. It was more than enough for one person. In addition, he was a bit of a clean freak and did not like outsiders. He also did not hire a servant at home. Instead, he regularly asked a housekeeping company to clean the house. When he returned home, the first thing Fang Yuhan did was take out the little fella from his pocket and placed her on the floor. A few small gray footprints appeared on the white floor in an instant. Fang Yuhan frowned and picked up Gu Xingyin, who had just regained her freedom. He was about to give this dirty little thing a bath. However, when he was about to use the bathroom, he suddenly remembered that he did not know how to do it. He remembered that his assistant had a cat at home. According to him, cats were precious creatures and could not be treated casually. Fang Yuhan frowned again. How troublesome. Thus, before the assistant reached home, he received an urgent call from his CEO. When he found out that the CEO had asked him to come over in such a serious tone, just to give the cat a bath and feed her, the assistant cried tears of sadness in his heart. In this day and age, the assistant had no human rights. The cat was the boss. No, this seemed to be a little girl. Alright, let's change it a little. The cat was the boss. The assistant was filled with grief and anger as he gently gave Gu Xingyin a bath. However, when he finished bathing Gu Xingyin, the grief and indignation in his heart suddenly turned into shock. What a beautiful little thing. The kitten's fur was pure white and its eyes were a rare dark purple. When it looked at people quietly, it seemed to be infinitely mysterious and distant. It was noble and lazy. Furthermore, the assistant did not recognize what kind of cat it was. Her appearance was no different from an ordinary cat, but her tail was completely different from an ordinary cat. Instead, she had a big furry tail like a squirrel. He could imagine how tempting that fluffy tail would be when the kitten grew up. Forget it, if I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. Maybe it's some kind of rare mutation. The warm male assistant looked at Gu Xingyin with sparkling eyes. The only thing he didn't do was hold his heart and shout, "Your Highness, let this servant serve you." Gu Xingyin looked arrogantly at the human who was looking at it with a silly expression and meowed proudly. The assistant immediately understood that the princess was hungry. He went to his own CEO's kitchen to search, but it was empty. Well, she probably didn't cook much either. The assistant said patiently, "Baby, wait a minute. I'll go to the supermarket to buy cat food for you." After saying that, he took his wallet and rushed out of the door. Gu Xingyin, wait a minute. Who said I wanted to eat cat food? Also, what the hell is a little baby? Gu Xingyin was still complaining when Fang Yuhan walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. Her eyes immediately fell on him. The collar of the bathrobe was not tied tightly, so a large area of skin was exposed from his collarbone to his chest. Gu Xingyin glanced at him innocently and commented in her heart, "Nice body." Below his waist were 2 strong and long legs. His muscles weren't exaggerated, but the smooth lines showed that the owner of this body wasn't someone who spent most of his time in an office. Fang Yuhan lowered his head and saw a beautiful little thing staring at him without blinking. Chapter 1196. Gu Xingyin blinked innocently. Right now, she was just a little beast that didn't know anything. In fact, Fang Yuhan only treated her as a little beast that didn't know anything. However, this little guy was surprisingly beautiful. A trace of admiration flashed across Fang Yuhan's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that it was in a sorry state in the heavy rain, many people would have fought to take it back. Fang Yuhan had seen many people who treated their pets like their ancestors, so he was quite calm. "Come here." He sat on the sofa and waved at Gu Xingyin, who was squatting on the other side of the sofa. Gu Xingyin did not hesitate. She cooperatively got up and walked over to him. However, she overestimated the balance of this body. Just as she was about to reach Fang Yuhan, she stumbled and her left leg hit her right leg. She was small and round like a ball, so she rolled directly toward Fang Yuhan. Meow. Gu Xingyin felt as if she had bumped into something hard. It didn't hurt, but it didn't feel comfortable either. She cried out in grievance. However, she did not receive a response from Fang Yuhan. Gu Xingyin raised her head and saw Fang Yuhan's strange expression. What? Are you unhappy? Could it be that I'm going to hurt you? Gu Xingyin stepped on the ground and wanted to jump onto Fang Yuhan's shoulder. Unexpectedly, she saw Fang Yuhan's expression change even more. She lowered her head in hindsight, and her heart instantly burst with embarrassment. It seemed that she had accidentally stepped on something terrible. If Gu Xingyin was a human, she would probably die of embarrassment. However, she was a spiritual beast. Yes. That's right, she was a spiritual beast that didn't know anything. Gu Xingyin comforted herself and pretended that nothing had happened. She gently jumped onto Fang Yuhan's shoulder and playfully patted Fang Yuhan's face with her soft front paws. It was as if he was saying, "What a bold fellow. You didn't help me up when you saw me fall." Fang Yuhan's uneasiness was washed away by the little girl's arrogance. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but smile. Fang Yuhan grabbed onto Gu Xingyin's tiny hands and pulled her off his shoulder. He then said to her in a serious tone, "You can't just climb onto my shoulder. Otherwise, I won't bring you along." Gu Xingyin turned her back to him and said, "Sorry, I'm just a cat. I don't understand anything." Fang Yuhan, he had only said it casually and did not expect the little beast to understand. But why did she feel that it could actually understand her? Fang Yuhan turned it around and pulled its hind legs apart to take a look. Gu Xingyin, what was he doing? Hooligan. However, Fang Yuhan couldn't understand what she was thinking. Instead, he muttered to himself, "So, she's a young lady." Gu Xingyin, her heart was so tired. Did spiritual beasts not have animal rights? Fang Yuhan didn't realize that he had done something unacceptable. He simply held his chin and thought about a problem seriously. "Since you're at my house, you should give me a name." Gu Xingyin was excited when she heard this. A name was very important. She hoped that this highly educated CEO had the aesthetic standards to match his education. In the original plot, An Weiwei brought the spiritual beast home just to amuse herself. Why would she spend so much effort to give it a name? Fang Yuhan looked at the little cat, who was instantly energized and staring at him without blinking. His heart skipped a beat. She seemed to be able to understand human language. "You'll be called, Ba Gengji is back." "What should I call her?" "Take a guess, it's the last day of the month. Although I'm dead on the monthly votes list, I still have some food left. I'll feed Gao Lengji, Mua." Chapter 1197. Fang Yuhan watched as the kitten perked up its ears. It seemed to care a lot about this matter. He was curious. Could it be that the kitten could understand human language? However, he simply assumed that the kitten was naturally more intelligent than other animals. He didn't think that there was anything magical about it. However, when he saw the look on her face, he couldn't help but want to tease her. "Since you're so white, why don't we call you Xiaobai?" A deep voice sounded from above her head. Gu Xingyin, she turned around and refused to communicate with the person in front of her. Fang Yuhan couldn't help but smile when he saw the human-like behavior of the kitten on his lap. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's call you Shueli, Gu Xingyin." Although the name wasn't that great, it was still better than Xiaobai's name. While she was thinking about it, Fang Yuhan thought that she was still unhappy. He frowned and said, "If Shueli doesn't work, what about Snowball?" "Snowball? Snow?" As he spoke, his assistant came in with a bunch of things. He happened to hear his CEO muttering to himself. When the assistant heard his CEO's words and realized that he was naming the kitten, he opened his mouth. However, he didn't dare to complain about his CEO's taste. What could he do? He was also afraid that his bonus would be deducted. In the end, Gu Xingyin's name was decided. It was a homonym for Shueli. After deciding on the name, the assistant was sent to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Fang Yuhan and the kitten. Fang Yuhan sat in the living room with Shueli in his arms and watched TV. His assistant, Xiao Lu, was very fast. This was Fang Yuhan's idea. He just needed to make 2 dishes. As for the cat food for Gu Xingyin, it was even more convenient. However, when Xiao Lu held the bowl of paste and looked at Gu Xingyin expectantly, Gu Xingyin turned her head away in disgust. "I'm a psychic beast." "A psychic beast? Don't treat me like a cat, okay?" "What's wrong?" Fang Yuhan frowned and looked over. Knowing that he was unwilling to eat, he seemed a little worried. He asked his assistant, "Is it because the food you make tastes awful?" "Xiao Lu, who was innocently implicated, can you blame me for this? I'm just processing the cat food a little, okay?" However, he didn't have the guts to yell at his boss. He could only say as calmly as possible, "The taste of cat food is about the same." What he meant was that he wasn't going to take the blame. Fang Yuhan completely missed the point. Instead, he asked worriedly, "What if Shirley doesn't like it?" The assistant was also worried when he heard that. What if such a small kitten didn't eat? Gu Xingyin completely ignored the 2 worrisome fellows. She nimbly jumped from Fang Yuhan's lap to his arm and meowed at the 3 dishes and 1 soup that Xiao Lu had just made on the table. "This king wants to eat. I don't want to eat cat food." Fang Yuhan's train of thought suddenly connected with hers. "Do you want to eat the food on the table?" Gu Xingyin's little white tail that hadn't grown up yet started wagging. "That's right." Fang Yuhan's eyes lit up and he said to his assistant, "Go and get another small bowl." His assistant, Xiao Lu, was dumbfounded. "No, President, kittens can't eat human food. They will get sick," Gu Xingyin meowed at him. Then, she looked at the food in his hand that didn't taste good and revealed a look of disgust. "Xiao Lu, don't ask me why I can see disgust on a cat's face." Chapter 1198. Gu Xingyin was actually exhausted. To be honest, although her current appearance was that of an ordinary cat, she was still a very impressive spiritual beast. She wouldn't be as delicate as a real cat. Human food did not have any effect on her. On the contrary, if she really ate those strange cat foods like a cat, there would probably be a problem. Perhaps because her reaction was too strong and Fang Yuhan had no common sense, he actually agreed to let her try human food. Xiao Lu despaired of his willful CEO. However, he still took out a small bowl and scooped a bowl of light soup for Gu Xingyin. Fang Yuhan probably knew that ordinary cats could not be raised like this, especially when Shirley was so young. He did not let her eat too much and observed her for a long time. After making sure that she was fine and that she was eating happily, he finally relaxed. "I will take Shirley to see a doctor this weekend. If the doctor says that she is fine, I will let her eat with me in the future." CEO Fang quickly made a decision. As a cat slave, assistant Xiao Lu was very desperate for his boss. He also sympathized with this very beautiful kitten who had a tough life. In his opinion, it was incomprehensible to have a lover like his CEO. Shirley's owner was Shirley's tragedy. But what could an assistant say? Xiao Lu could only pray for Shirley in his heart. Obviously, Fang Yuhan and Gu Xingyin could not understand Xiao Lu's worries. After dinner and after Xiao Lu cleaned up everything, Fang Yuhan unceremoniously asked him to leave. Only the man and the cat were left in the room. The weather was bad, so there was no outdoor exercise. Fang Yuhan could only turn on the TV and find a financial program to watch. It was a very boring thing, especially for an animal that was still in its infancy. That's right. After being in this psychic beast, Gu Xingyin found that she had some uncontrollable behaviors. Although she could control this body, at certain times, such as when she saw Fang Yuhan, whom she approved of, she could not help but reveal some instinctive behaviors that belonged to a young animal. Then, at certain times, her mind would uncontrollably become quite childish. Just like now. Fang Yuhan, who was focused on watching the show, suddenly felt something tugging at the clothes around his waist. He lowered his head and saw the little thing that he had just picked up today biting his clothes restlessly. "Don't mess around." He frowned slightly and scolded in a low voice. When the great CEO Fang was concentrating on something, he hated to be disturbed the most. If he was in the company, those people would know that he was unhappy from his tone and would definitely not dare to continue to disturb him. However, it was clear that his scolding had no effect on a certain young fellow. The force of the bite on his clothes became even stronger. Fang Yuhan's attention was diverted again. His expression was a little ugly, but when he met the palm-sized little ball's clear eyes, he just couldn't get angry. President Fang felt that there was something wrong with this feeling, but his hands were already holding up the little guy who kept harassing him. He placed it at eye level. Chapter 1199. Be good, Shirley. Don't make a fuss. This time, his voice sounded helpless. President Fang did not know that those delicate little things were very sensitive to human emotions, let alone Gu Xingyin, who knew his nature very well. That was why she relied on his tolerance to act coquettishly. Fang Yuhan's gentleness was met with even bolder actions from Gu Xingyin. She stretched out her little paws and kept scratching Fang Yuhan's hand, trying to run up to his head and behave atrociously. That's right. She wanted to behave atrociously. Fang Yuhan looked at the little kitten with a headache. That's right. Up until now, both Xiao Lu and President Fang thought that Gu Xingyin was just a rare cat. He thought for a moment, took out his phone, and did a quick search. Soon, he found a forum frowny face question. When I watch TV, my cat keeps biting my clothes and scratching my body. She even wants to climb on top of my head. She doesn't stop for a moment. What can I do to stop her? This forum was obviously more active. Not long after he posted the post, he heard a lot of replies. 1L, the original poster is here to show off. Identification complete. 2L, fuck. Are you annoyed by such a cute kitten? Are you annoyed? Are you annoyed? If you are annoyed, you can contact me. 3L, what's the point of talking about it without a picture? Fang Yuhan looked at these meaningless replies expressionlessly. This was also the reason why he hated forums, Tieba, and other social media platforms. Almost half of them were meaningless and exaggerated posts. The president, who was busy every day, didn't understand the meaning of wasting time on such things, and couldn't figure out what the so-called cute points were. Gu Xingyin saw that he was playing with his phone and ignoring her. She was a little displeased and bit the hand that he used to press her down. Of course, she was careful with her strength. There was a slight tingling sensation that attracted his attention, but it did not break his skin and hurt him. Ding! Finally, there was a proper reply. 13L, I guess this is the first time the original poster has raised a cat, right? I'm sure you haven't learned anything about it. In the situation you described, your little girl is obviously bored and wants you, the master, to play with her. At this time, as the master, it would be good if he could spare some time to play with her. In the end, they expressed their envy that the tower master had such a clingy little girl. My family's king is always looking at me with disdain. 16L, upstairs +1, my queen majesty is the same. I really want to be pampered once. 17L, I really want to be pampered once +1, President Fang was too lazy to read the rest of the content. He already knew what he wanted to know anyway. He tossed the phone aside and turned his attention back to Gu Xingyin, who was struggling to break free from his grip. Fang Yuhan exerted a little force in his hand and lifted her up. Take time out to play with her. President Fang thought expressionlessly, how can I play with a cat? He recalled the time when he went to Assistant Xiao Lu's house. Xiao Lu was sitting on the sofa and stroking the ragdoll cat's fur. President Fang was a little hesitant. Slowly, he reached out his free hand and gently stroked Xiao Lu's soft back. Meow. The little cat, who was still making a fuss in his palm, instantly settled down. She squinted her eyes and meowed. She was obviously very comfortable. She was indeed asking for love and petting. Seeing Shirley like this, a strange sense of satisfaction arose in President Fang's heart. Chapter 1200. Fang Yuhan had never imagined that he would one day patiently play with a cat. But that was the truth. Not only did he stroke Shirley's hair, but he also stroked her slightly raised chin without anyone teaching him. Gu Xingyin, who was being served very comfortably, finally quieted down. She squinted her eyes and lay in his palm obediently. She was so obedient. Fang Yuhan looked at the kitten and couldn't help but smile. Gu Xingyin felt a little tired. Her childhood body was already prone to sleepiness. She had just made a fuss, so now that she was relaxed, she felt sleepy all over. By the time Fang Yuhan realized it, the white ball in his palm had already closed her eyes. Her small body rose and fell with her breathing. She was very cute. Fang Yuhan didn't know what she was dreaming of, but her delicate little nose suddenly twitched and her two round little ears trembled. Fang Yuhan, who happened to see this scene, felt as if his heart had been electrocuted. He felt numb. In internet terms, Fang Yuhan was instantly captivated by Shirley's cuteness. Seeing Shirley fall asleep, Fang Yuhan realized that he hadn't prepared a nest for her to sleep in. He couldn't possibly let her sleep in his palm all night, right? Fang Yuhan placed the sleeping white ball on the sofa and prepared to look for something himself. However, as soon as he put her down, the little ball seemed to have been awakened by something. She stood up shakily. Fang Yuhan saw that her eyes were closed. He was afraid that she would fall off the sofa, so he quickly reached out and held her in his palm. Then, he saw the little ball sniff with her delicate little nose. She seemed to have found something she was very satisfied with. She closed her eyes again and fell asleep. Was she looking for him? When Fang Yuhan realized this, his heart seemed to be filled with warm bubbles. She was so cute. Fang Yuhan couldn't help but gently kiss the top of her head as he looked at her sleeping contentedly in his palm. After kissing her, Fang Yuhan finally realized what he had done. His gentle expression instantly returned to his usual calmness. However, his red ears showed that what had just happened wasn't an illusion. He, the famous Fang Yuhan, had actually kissed a kitten. Fang Yuhan thought to himself, it must have been an illusion. That guy can't be me. Fang Yuhan looked at the white ball sleeping so soundly in his hand and couldn't bear to wake her up. He turned down the volume of the TV and watched it for a while before he walked back to his room to rest. That's right, he didn't take Gu Xingyin away. He gently placed the white ball in his hand on his pillow. Just as he had expected, there was his scent on the pillow. The little white ball only moved a little when it was placed on top of the pillow. It changed into a comfortable position and continued to snore. Turn off the lights. Fang Yuhan lay down next to the little girl. Without completely covering her, he pulled down the blanket to cover her. The man and the cat fell into a dark and sweet dream. Gu Xingyin woke up very early. When she woke up, she realized that she was snuggled up in a warm embrace. She looked up and saw a pair of sexy thin lips. While she was sleeping, she curled herself up in Fang Yuhan's arms. Most importantly, when she saw the other party's sleeping appearance, before she could react, she had already stuck out her little tongue and quickly licked his thin lips. Chapter 1201. After licking him, Gu Xingyin finally realized what she had done with a dumbfounded look on her face. Her tiny body trembled a little. However, she was only a little bit big, so she didn't wake up the person who was sleeping soundly. Gu Xingyin buried her entire body under the blanket. It was too embarrassing. The person who had been acting coquettishly, asking for attention, kissing, hugging, and being lifted up high last night definitely wasn't her. The person who couldn't control her moral integrity in the face of the beauty in the morning definitely wasn't her. At this moment, the system calmly said, "Host, please face reality. Running away won't solve any problems." Gu Xingyin, what kind of nonsense was that? However, the system couldn't understand Gu Xingyin's thoughts. In its opinion, the host's situation was very normal. She had possessed the body of a young spiritual beast, so wasn't it normal for her to do things that were similar to the original owner's personality? Hence, the system comforted Gu Xingyin and said, "Host, don't feel uncomfortable. The young spiritual beast needs at least a year. It's better for the host to get used to it as soon as possible. Gu Xingyin, she wasn't comforted at all. If she didn't understand the system and know that it didn't have the emotions of an ordinary creature, she would definitely think that it was gloating. At this moment, Fang Yuhan woke up from his sleep. His long-term routine meant that he didn't need an alarm clock. His daily biological clock allowed him to wake up at the same time every day. As soon as he woke up, he sensed that something was wrong. Something seemed to be moving under the blanket beside him. Fang Yuhan, who was still in the early stages of waking up and wasn't very conscious, reached his hand out and pulled out a little white ball that was still reflecting on itself. Gu Xingyin was still berating herself for not being able to control herself a second ago. The next moment, she felt the world spinning around her. In the blink of an eye, she was facing a handsome face. That pair of eyes were as cold as the cold stars in the day, but at this time, they were shrouded in a thin layer of mist, which softened the outline of that person's face. Before Gu Xingyin could react, she couldn't help but stick out her little pink tongue and lick his dark eyes. Ugh! Gu Xingyin covered her eyes with her two little paws after she finished licking. I can't see, I can't hear, I don't know anything. The system, who had been watching the entire process, was speechless. This time, Fang Yuhan was truly clear-headed. He looked at the little white ball in his hand and finally realized that this was the little fellow that he had picked up out of kindness yesterday. Seeing Shirley cover her face shyly after giving him a passionate morning kiss, Fang Yuhan was surprised by Shirley's humanness and was in a good mood. He now understood the thoughts of those cat slaves. It felt great that his little princess liked to get close to him. Of course, as a cold CEO, Fang Yuhan wouldn't use the word great, which sounded very indecent. CEO Fang's thin lips curled up slightly. Gu Xingyin, who had just lifted his head from covering his face, was instantly mesmerized by this rare gentleness and was stunned for a moment. Fang Yuhan looked at his little princess staring at him in a daze and was in a good mood. However, on the surface, he said coldly, "You're so dirty." What's the meaning of this? Gu Xingyin, when you say this, can't you retract the smile on your face first? Chapter 1202. The two masters, one human and one cat, spent a very harmonious morning together. However, Fang Yuhan felt troubled after he got up. He had to go to work. There was no food prepared for Shirley at home, and he was worried about letting Shirley, who had just arrived, stay at home all day. Shirley was so young and mischievous. What if she fell while jumping around? What if Shirley got scared and was alone at home? What if Shirley got hungry? Fang Yuhan, who was immersed in his worries, did not realize that this little kitten, whom he had only met for one night, had already occupied an important place in his heart. This was not normal. However, CEO Fang did not realize this at this moment. Gu Xingyin did not understand his worries. As a spiritual beast, she was not as fragile as Fang Yuhan was worried about. She was not afraid at all. As for being hungry, even if she did not eat for a month, her life would not be in danger. She would only become very weak and might even damage her foundation. However, she could not tell Fang Yuhan about this. Furthermore, as a young spiritual beast, it was actually very clingy. She wanted to stay with Fang Yuhan every day. In the end, under the gaze of Gu Xingyin's dark purple eyes, CEO Fang made a big decision. He was going to take his little princess to work. Of course, as a cold CEO, Fang Yuhan would never do something like having a little kitten on his shoulder, which would damage his image. As a result, Gu Xingyin's temporary residence became Fang Yuhan's pocket. Anyway, she was small, so it was no problem for her to fit in. The system said, there is a fairy tale book in this world called, The Little Princess in the Pocket. It's about a beautiful princess in the distant west. Stop. Gu Xingyin could not help but interrupt the system. She seriously suggested, System, I suggest you read some books that are more profound. The Little Princess in the Pocket is used to coax children who don't know any better. Children who don't know any better, system. Okay, host. It was clearly an emotionless system, but for some reason, it felt a little stifled. When they arrived at the Fong Corporation, Fong Yuhan did not look around. Under the respectful gazes of all the employees in the company, he walked into his personal passageway and walked into his office expressionlessly and coldly. From the beginning to the end, no one realized that their cold and cool CEO had a cute little kitten in his pocket. Assistant Lu, who was busy writing, was called to the president's office by her boss. "President, what can I do for you?" Assistant Lu was a little nervous. The CEO rarely called him at the beginning of work. Could it be that there was something wrong with his work yesterday? Assistant Lu thought about it carefully, but she still didn't understand. He anxiously waited for his CEO's instructions. "Go and buy me breakfast," Fong Yuhan said calmly. Assistant Lu. He didn't know whether he should cry or laugh at this moment. If he wanted to buy breakfast, he could have just sent a message or made a call. Why did he have to ask him to come up? Then, he heard a very soft meow. Assistant Lu suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. But then, he saw a white furry little head poking out from the left pocket of the CEO who was sitting upright. Chapter 1203. Assistant Lu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a long while, he said, "Is this Shirley?" Fong Yuhan nodded with a cold expression. Seeing that his assistant was looking at Shirley with sparkling eyes, he reached out his hand without a trace. The little kitten that had just crawled its head out rolled back with a thud. Gu Xingyin, who was dizzy and disoriented, Assistant Lu, the corners of Fong Yuhan's mouth curled up subtly. "I called you up to bring another bowl of plain porridge. Shirley doesn't seem to have a problem eating human food, but it's better to eat plain porridge." Assistant Lu nodded to show that she understood. Then, he was chased out by his boss. Seeing that Assistant Lu had left, Fong Yuhan put his hand into his pocket and took out the little psychic beast that had been sulking. Gu Xingyin didn't want to talk to him at this time. As soon as she came out, she climbed onto his desk, turned around, and faced him with her chubby little butt. Fong Yuhan was a little helpless. Why was she so angry? He said in a low voice, "Okay, it's my fault. Don't be angry." Then, he saw that his little fellow's ears twitched, but she still didn't turn around. Fong Yuhan became serious and thought for a moment. This was his private office. Usually, no one would come in. Since no one would be able to see it, Gu Xingyin felt a pair of warm hands gently landing on her body. That pair of hands used a very gentle force to gently stroke her back. This feeling was so comfortable that she couldn't resist her instincts and moaned softly. "Stop." Gu Xingyin forced herself to stop. Even if she was just a young spiritual beast, she should still be a spiritual beast with moral integrity and principles. She should never give in to her instincts. But, it was really comfortable. This wasn't the end. President Fong saw that his Shirley was obviously relaxed under his touch. She even let out a comfortable purr. But suddenly, his body tensed up again. He did not know what had happened. Could it be that he was not feeling well? He thought about the little tricks he learned yesterday to comfort cats. He tentatively reached out his hand to Shirley's chin and gently scratched it twice. Meow. The enemy's lethality is too strong. Our army can't resist. As a child with no moral integrity, Gu, spiritual beast, Xingyin fell under President Fang's gentle attacks without much resistance. She very much enjoyed lying there and being comforted by him. Fong Yuhan heaved a sigh of relief. "I've finally managed to coax her." He couldn't help but reach out his hand and gently tap on that delicate little nose twice. "Such a delicate little girl, you're lucky to have met me." Gu Xingyin snorted twice, gently opened his mouth, and bit his fingertip with a moderate amount of force. "As long as it's not that little pervert in Weiwei, who wouldn't serve me well." The atmosphere between the two was just right. As soon as Assistant Xiao Lu pushed the door open, he saw his cold and aloof CEO stroking the beautiful Princess Xue Li's hair and tickling her. "Assistant Lu, this can't be my CEO. I must have opened the door the wrong way." Fang Yuhan withdrew his hand the moment Xiao Lu entered the door and sat upright. However, this could not hide the fact that he was still a cat slave just a second ago. Looking at the CEO who had turned back into the flower of the mountain in a second, Xiao Lu felt that he might have found out something incredible. Chapter 1204. If Assistant Lu could play with his mobile phone at this moment, his psychological state should be like this frowny face. I saw the unknown side of the boss, which is completely different from his usual character. And the boss seems to be very unhappy now. Please advise me, am I done for? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Then the following replies should be like this frowny face. Ha 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 ha, light a candle for the OP. OP, please go home. OP, don't be a coward. You can start all over again. But the situation at the moment was that he stood awkwardly at the door with porridge in his hand. The president, who had been stroking his cat gently just now, was staring at him coldly. It seemed that everything he saw before was an illusion. Yes. An illusion. Assistant Lu's eyes lit up. He didn't know anything. So he blurted out, President, I didn't see anything just now. The cold President Fang Yuhan, I didn't want to do anything, but why did you say it? Gu Xingyin, young man, if you have a defect in your IQ, I can't save you. Assistant Lu, who was crying because of his own stupidity, why did I say this? Gu Xingyin looked at Assistant Lu who wanted to cry but had no tears. It was rare for him to be kind to her. He meowed softly in the embarrassment. Assistant Lu's eyes lit up, as if he had caught the only light in the chaos. President, is Shirley hungry? Fang Yuhan glanced at him indifferently and finally looked away. He lowered his head and looked at Gu Xingyin. Assistant Lu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Princess Shirley was really his lucky star. Next time, he would bring some dried fish, Her Majesty's favorite. Would Princess Shirley like it? If Gu Xingyin knew what he was thinking, she would be very disgusted. Who likes dried fish? I said I was a psychic beast. Not a cat. Fang Yuhan's breakfast was rich, with porridge and snacks. Assistant Lu brought Gu Xingyin seafood porridge, which had been specially processed. Now it was not hot at all, only a little warm. He had a cat at home and knew that this kind of delicate little thing's tongue was very sensitive. It couldn't eat things that were too hot. Even humans would feel that normal temperatures were enough to burn them. Regarding this point, Gu Xingyin still wanted to complain. She really wasn't a cat. However, the porridge tasted pretty good. Gu Xingyin happily drank her porridge. After she was full, she meowed twice and then lay down naturally. She lay on all fours and meowed at CEO Fang, who had already finished his breakfast. Her meaning was very obvious. This lady ate until she was full. Come and give me a massage. President Fang, who had never been ordered around so confidently before, was speechless. There was a strange feeling in his heart, but he still reached out his hand and gently rubbed the little snowball's belly. Gu Xingyin enjoyed the treatment of a princess, while she despised her moral integrity that had long been thrown into the gutter. It was really shameful. However, it's so comfortable, meow. Fang Yuhan looked at the satisfied look on his little princess's face and couldn't help but laugh. Even he himself didn't know how gentle his expression was at this moment. There was a soft knock on the door. Fang Yuhan quickly restrained his expression and put Gu Xingyin in his pocket. Come in. Assistant Lu, who had learned to be obedient, entered the door. President, Missin and little Missin are here to visit. Gu Xingyin trembled all over. Little Missin. Wasn't that in Weiwei? Meow, it finally came out before 12 o'clock. Please allow me to act cute. Meow, 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 I can ask for tickets. If possible, I'll act cute for you guys. Good night, babies. See you tomorrow. Chapter 1205. Gu Xingyin's interest was immediately piqued. However, Fang Yuhan's expression did not look too good. His expression was not bad because of An Weiwei, but because of An Weiwei's aunt, the eldest daughter of the An family, An Yuan. The An family had always had the intention of forming a marriage alliance with the Fang family, and the marriage partner was naturally the eldest daughter of the main family. Their target was, of course, the most important man in the Fang family. Fang Yuhan did not like An Yuan, but his uncles had always felt that marrying the eldest daughter of the An family was a good thing for the Fang family. An Yuan did not seem to like Fang Yuhan very much either. Everyone was just taking what they needed. If she married Fang Yuhan, she would have a very important bargaining chip in the fight for the family's inheritance. As for marriage, An Yuan, who had grown up in a big family, said that as long as she gave birth to an heir, both parties could play as they liked. She did not mind at all. Not to mention, Fang Yuhan was handsome and suited An Yuan's taste. She did not mind having a romantic relationship with such a handsome man. In short, An Yuan was unwilling to give up on such a suitable husband candidate. However, Fang Yuhan did not think so at all. His biological parents had passed away early, but he always remembered how warm the family of three was when the two of them were still around. Over the years, Fang Yuhan had seen many rich and powerful families fight for benefits, and husband and wife who slept in the same bed but dreamed different dreams. However, the more he saw, the more he was not disappointed in the true love of each other. On the contrary, he had seen too much hypocrisy, so he cherished the pure companionship between his parents even more. He had always wanted to find a lover who could be with him and spend a simple life with her. Therefore, he did not like the eldest daughter of the An family, who had a very clear goal from the beginning. An Yuan was here to look for Fang Yuhan. She had always had a good relationship with An Weiwei. After all, excluding her brother's messy illegitimate children, An Weiwei was the only child of the next generation of the An family. However, only An Yuan herself knew how much of her kindness to An Weiwei was sincere and how much of it was fake. In any case, such a pure little girl could be coaxed with a little effort. Naive little girl. An Weiwei smiled coldly. She actually didn't like her stupid aunt. Everyone could see that her aunt was not willing to accept that she, as the daughter of the family, could only get such a small share of the family's property. It was true that people were ambitious, but anyone who was a little smarter would know that when their strength was insufficient, they would hide their ambitions deeply. If even she could see it, how could her father, who had been immersed in the business world for more than 10 years, not see it? An Weiwei originally didn't want to come. She hadn't found a suitable small animal for almost half a month, which made her very irritable. However, An Yuan didn't care about her expression at all and dragged her over. An Yuan thought about it. She had known Fang Yuhan for so long, but she had never been able to find out what he liked. It was said that many cold-hearted people especially liked children. His niece was so cute. He wondered if Fang Yuhan would take a liking to her. An Weiwei still had an obedient smile on her face, but she was very annoyed inside. Chapter 1206. An Weiwei followed her aunt to the CEO's office of the Fang Corporation. As soon as she entered, she saw the man sitting in the office chair with a cold expression. An Weiwei remembered Fang Yuhan. The two of them had just met yesterday. The kitten that she had taken a fancy to was said to be owned by this man. When she thought of the kitten with big, clear, ink-purple eyes, An Weiwei's heart started racing. If he could get that little thing from this Mr. Fang's hands, Fang Yuhan also remembered An Weiwei. Yesterday, he had seen this little girl. If he hadn't changed his mind at the last minute, she would have been Shirley's owner by now. Thinking of this, Fang Yuhan rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he had been compassionate at that time. When Fang Yuan looked over, she happened to see Fang Yuhan looking at her little niece. She felt smug. It seemed that her strategy was effective. She introduced Fang Yuhan. Yuhan, this is my elder brother's daughter, Weiwei. Weiwei, hurry up and greet Uncle Fang. And Weiwei gave him face and greeted him as Uncle Fang. Fang Yuhan nodded faintly without any special reaction. For some reason, when he looked at the cute girl in front of him, he felt that something was amiss. It was as if there was something in her eyes that didn't belong to a teenager. His cold reaction was beyond An Yuan's expectations. She originally thought that he would be a little more friendly towards An Weiwei. Could it be that her guess was wrong? Fang Yuhan didn't like children at all. At this moment, An Weiwei said, "Uncle Fang, I want to ask, how is the kitten that was drenched in the rain yesterday?" Her tone was sincere and she looked worried. It didn't seem like she was faking it at all. A little girl at her age was the easiest to arouse affection in people's hearts. Not to mention, An Weiwei was talking about Gu Xingyin. Fang Yuhan's mood improved a little. He said to An Weiwei, "Shirley is fine." His expression softened at the mention of his pet. And Yuan didn't understand what they were talking about. Looking at Fang Yuhan's expression, she was glad that she had made the right decision. It seemed that Fang Yuhan liked Weiwei a lot. In that case, she could bring her niece here more often in the future. Gu Xingyin stayed in Fang Yuhan's pocket, listening to the conversation between Fang Yuhan and An Weiwei. Why did it seem like Fang Yuhan had a good impression of An Weiwei? She thought about it and understood. Just by looking at her appearance, who would have thought that An Weiwei was such a person? She thought that Fang Yuhan had to remind her. Coincidentally, Fang Yuan took the opportunity to invite Fang Yuhan to have lunch together. Fang Yuhan was thinking of an excuse to decline. He felt the little guy in his pocket start to move. She seemed to want to crawl out. Through the thin fabric, Fang Yuhan gently patted Gu Xingyin, indicating for her to behave. However, Gu Xingyin would not cooperate this time. He couldn't climb out. She opened her mouth and called out, "Meow." The soft meowing of the cat was extra obvious in the quiet office. Fang Yuhan paused for a moment. And Yuan and An Weiwei both looked at him in confusion. Fang Yuhan's expression did not change as he reached into the pocket on the table and pulled out his restless little baby. A snow-white, palm-sized cub appeared in front of them. An Weiwei's eyes lit up. Chapter 1207. This is... She looked at Gu Xingyin in surprise. Was this the kitten from yesterday? She was so beautiful. She looked at Gu Xingyin, her big eyes filled with undisguised love. And Yuan furrowed her brows. She was allergic to fur, so she had always hated cats and dogs. After placing Gu Xingyin on the desk, Fang Yuhan looked at the little girl in front of him, and his expression softened. "This is Shirley," he said. And Weiwei impatiently took 2 steps forward and carefully approached Gu Xingyin. "Is she the kitten from yesterday? I didn't expect her to look so good after she was washed." Hearing someone praise Shirley's beauty, Fang Yuhan felt like a parent who had been praised for their child. He felt extremely happy. Gu Xingyin rolled her eyes in her heart. She knew that An Weiwei looked extremely happy when she saw her clothes, but she was actually thinking about bloody things. For example, how to peel off one's skin in an extremely beautiful manner, and let blood dye every inch of one's fur red. These were the things that An Weiwei had done to the beautiful little animals in the original plot. An Weiwei had never seen such a beautiful and strange little thing. Because of her special and shameful hobby, she knew a lot about animals. However, she couldn't recognize the breed of the kitten in front of her. Perhaps it was a mixed breed? She couldn't help but take another step forward, wanting to reach out and touch Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin, who had been lying quietly on the desk, suddenly became irritable because of An Weiwei's actions. Before anyone could react, she let out a few hurried screams and scratched the back of An Weiwei's hand with her tender but extremely sharp little claws. Gu Xingyin didn't hold back at all. Bright red blood immediately appeared on An Weiwei's right arm. "Shirley!" Fang Yuhan's eyes narrowed as he shouted in a deep voice. The little girl on the desk looked very anxious. Her snow-white fur stood on end. She squatted slightly and looked at An Weiwei vigilantly. Yes, she was vigilant. It was as if this naive little girl was something terrifying. Fang Yuhan felt that he saw a strong sense of panic in his little white ball's eyes. This made him very uneasy. Although it seemed like he was reprimanding Shirley, only Fang Yuhan himself knew that he was actually worried about Shirley. Although they had only known each other for a day, Fang Yuhan could tell that Shirley was very gentle and clingy. Shirley was very obedient in front of him and Assistant Lu. Why did she become like this when she saw An Weiwei? Weiwei, what's wrong? And Yuan was shocked by the scene just now. When she regained her senses, she hurriedly walked in front of An Weiwei. She was a little anxious. After all, she was her own niece. She had brought her out and accidentally let her get hurt. She had never liked or even hated cats and dogs. Seeing this, she immediately scolded, "You damned little bastard, Miss An." Fang Yuhan shouted and interrupted her. "Let's take your niece to the doctor first." He didn't look very scary, but in Yuan's eyes trembled. She swallowed her words. She looked at her frightened niece with concern. "Weiwei, don't be afraid. Let's go to the hospital first." Chapter 1208. Logically speaking, as the owner, Fang Yuhan should personally accompany An Weiwei to the hospital for a checkup when his pet hurt someone. However, he was being rude today. Because Shirley didn't look well. And Yuan was worried about her niece, so she had no choice but to suppress her anger towards Gu Xingyin. When she saw that Fang Yuhan had no intention of getting up, she snorted angrily and left with An Weiwei. When Weiwei recovered, she would definitely come again. An Weiwei kept her head down and remained silent. And Yuan thought that her niece was frightened. She thought for a moment and comforted her. "Weiwei, don't be afraid. Auntie will take you to the hospital now. Nothing will happen." Does it still hurt? For example, she felt sorry for her niece. She was more worried about how she would explain this to her parents. The two elders only had one granddaughter, An Weiwei. Of course, they doted on her like she was their precious baby. If they found out that An Weiwei had gotten injured after taking her out, she might be scolded again. An Weiwei raised her head when she heard this. And Yuan noticed that her face was slightly red. An Weiwei shook her head and said softly, "Auntie, don't worry. It doesn't hurt." After she finished speaking, she lowered her head again. Her shoulder-length hair fell down and covered the side of her face. How could it not hurt? A sharp pain came from the wound. If An Yuan could see her niece's eyes at this moment, she would definitely be shocked. Was such a crazy and twisted expression really something that a teenage girl could have? An Weiwei felt her face burning. However, it wasn't because of the pain. It was because of excitement. She thought of the kitten again. It was so small and looked so weak and harmless. However, when it reached out its sharp claws towards her, its movements were so unhesitant. It was really too beautiful. If An Weiwei was only very interested in Gu Xingyin before, now, she was determined to get it. Such a beautiful and fierce little thing, he really wanted to see it lying powerlessly in his palm, and cut off its sharp claws one by one, and stain its snow-white fur with a bright red color. It was really beautiful. It would definitely be more perfect than all of her works. In a place where no one could see, An Weiwei's lips curled up slightly. In Fang Yuhan's office. With the departure of the two An family members, Gu Xingyin seemed to relax a little, but she still looked a little panicked. Fang Yuhan's heart ached when he saw this. Yesterday, no matter how disheveled she was, she still held her head up proudly when he picked her up and stepped on his custom-made suit with her dirty little paws. How could it be like this? He could only soften his voice and call out slowly, "Shirley." Hearing his voice, the little white ball on the table trembled slightly. Fang Yuhan watched as she turned around and looked at him with her big, clear eyes. He meowed softly. He felt extremely wronged. He was like a little guy who had been bullied outside and finally found his backer. She was the one who used her claws to scratch him. Fang Yuhan felt that he was the right parent. At this time, Shirley should be reprimanded very severely and let Shirley understand that her behavior was wrong. But this was just a hypothesis. When he met her wet eyes, he said honestly, "It's cold on the table. Come here." Chapter 1209. Fang Yuhan watched as the little white ball's ears twitched. Clearly, she had heard what he said. However, she hesitated and didn't throw herself into his arms like before when she heard his voice. Such a realization made him a little unhappy. However, Fang Yuhan did not show it on his face. He could tell that Shirley had been agitated. At a time like this, he could not scare her anymore. His voice became gentler, and there was even a smile on his face. "Shirley, be a good girl. Come to me." His voice was gentle, and so was his person. Gu Xingyin felt that he was almost done with his act, so he finally moved slowly towards Fang Yuhan and climbed onto Fang Yuhan's open hand. When the little white ball returned to his palm, Fang Yuhan did not notice that he heaved a sigh of relief. He had been afraid earlier. He was afraid that this little girl would no longer be close to him. Fang Yuhan was in a good mood when he felt her little body rubbing against his palm and licking it tentatively. She was his obedient and clingy little Shirley. Perhaps because Fang Yuhan's scent was too familiar, the little white ball, who had been a little uneasy earlier, slowly calmed down when she returned to his palm. Soon, she returned to her usual self. She lay lazily in his palm and occasionally swept her fluffy tail lazily, making Fang Yuhan's heart itch. No one could tell that a few minutes ago, this little girl was lying on the table and shivering. Fang Yuhan thought for a moment and said, "Shirley, you can't just scratch people." He still had to say what he needed to say. Gu Xingyin expressed that she didn't understand. As a spiritual beast, how could she understand the human language, meow? Fang Yuhan was helpless. Even though he did not know whether Shirley was a cat or not, he could tell that she could understand him. This little girl was simply too smart. He felt that he should emphasize some things, such as not attacking others. What if the person she scratched got angry and accidentally hurt Shirley when he was not by her side? Wait a minute. President Fang, isn't there something wrong with your logic? According to Fang Yuhan's usual style, if an employee made a mistake, he would let the other party know. He could not bear the consequences of such a mistake. But if it was Shirley, Fang Yuhan sighed inwardly. Even if she panicked a little, he would have to worry for a long time, let alone punish her. He couldn't bear to do it. Forget it. President Fang didn't even hesitate for a minute before he gave up on the idea of punishing his little white dumpling. In the worst-case scenario, he would just stay by her side and watch over her. Moreover, Shirley was so obedient, so there must be a reason why she was so irritable today. Thinking of this, his eyes darkened. Shirley had always been very calm, but when the little girl from the Yin family reached out to touch her, she suddenly became irritable. Moreover, looking at Shirley's appearance, she didn't seem to have gone mad. Instead, it was as if she had encountered something that terrified her. He could clearly see that Shirley's body had been trembling ever since she scratched in Weiwei. Rather than being ferocious, she seemed more like, afraid. What was it about that innocent and beautiful little girl from the Yin family that made Shirley afraid? He was somewhat puzzled. Chapter 12:10. During lunch that day, Fang Yuhan asked Assistant Lu to hug his little white dumpling. As expected, Gu Xingyin was still lying quietly in Assistant Lu's palm. She was not as irritable as she was in front of An Weiwei. CEO Fang, who was biased, immediately felt that what happened today was not his little white dumpling's fault. It must be that the little girl from the Yin family had something on her that provoked Shirley. That was why she was so uneasy. However, no matter what he thought, it was a fact that Shirley had scratched the little girl from the Yin family. Therefore, Fang Yuhan asked Assistant Lu to send a lot of tonics to An Weiwei. He also said that he was willing to pay for all the treatment and follow-up expenses. In the end, he said that he was very sorry for letting the little girl from the Yin family suffer such an accident. Yes, he said it was an accident. His attitude made it clear that today's incident had nothing to do with his cat. Hearing Assistant Lu's words, An Yuan was so angry that she could not keep her expression straight. She thought that if Fang Yuhan was sincere, he would at least come to see Weiwei in person. However, not only did he not come, but he even tried to excuse his cat. Accident? She said coldly, "I saw with my own eyes that Weiwei was scratched by Mr. Fang's cat. I don't know why you said it was an accident." Assistant Lu smiled and said, "Our president's cat, Shirley, is famous for her gentle and obedient temper. Today, she suddenly became irritable when she saw Miss An. I guess it was because of their auras. If it wasn't an accident, then what was it? This was utter nonsense. And Yuan was trembling with anger. She never thought that the president of the Fang family, who was rumored to be cold and restrained, would do such a thing for a cat. Wasn't it just a cat? She didn't say anything. What was wrong with admitting her mistake and apologizing? Unfortunately, Assistant Lu completely understood what her boss meant. You want Shirley to be the scapegoat? I feel sorry for Shirley. In the end, Assistant Lu was invited out by An Yuan with a dark face. She sat down angrily and said, "No, I can't take this lying down. How can I let Wei Wei suffer such a big grievance?" In fact, she felt uncomfortable in her heart, but it was far from this point. These words were mainly for An Wei Wei. Since her niece had suffered, as her aunt, she naturally had to pretend to be extremely distressed. In her heart, she did not want to fall out with Fang Yuhan over a cat and her niece. After all, she had yet to find a marriage partner that she was more satisfied with than Fang Yuhan. And Wei Wei sat on the edge of the bed and looked at her aunt. She could more or less guess what her aunt was thinking at this moment. It was nothing more than trying to please her while not falling out with the Fang family. What a stupid woman. Why didn't she ever think about whose daughter An Wei Wei was? No matter how cold her relationship with her father was, they were still related by blood. Her father would inherit the family business in the future, and sooner or later, she would be the only heir to the family property. However, An Yuan would have her own children in the future. Naturally, she would leave her things to her children. What made this woman think that she could rely on such a small favor to make him give up the benefits at the tip of his tongue to help her? Did he really think that she was a naive fool? And Wei Wei lowered her eyes to conceal the coldness in her eyes. Chapter 12:11. An Yuan was still speaking angrily when An Wei Wei suddenly raised her head. She looked at An Yuan with a quiet smile. "Auntie, don't be angry. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt much." An Yuan immediately shut her mouth. She hurriedly looked at An Wei Wei. "Are you really okay?" An Wei Wei nodded. "Yes. Also, don't blame Shirley. She's so cute. Maybe she's a little timid and was scared by me." That beautiful little thing was called Shirley. She had heard it from Fang Yuhan. Shirley. This name suited her appearance. When An Yuan heard her niece's words, she remembered that her silly little niece had always liked kittens and puppies. It was said that when she saw stray cats and dogs, she couldn't help but take them back out of kindness. However, An Yuan didn't know why she had never seen any animals when she went to the Fang family's villa. Since An Wei Wei didn't blame her, An Yuan was relieved. However, she still pretended to be in a difficult position. "But Mom and Dad will still ask about your wound when they see it." Then, that kitten, she deliberately slowed down her words. As expected, she heard her little niece nervously interrupt her. "Auntie, please don't say anything. I will tell Grandpa and Grandma that I accidentally fell when I went out to play." And Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This silly little niece was indeed smart. Little did she know that An Wei Wei was also sneering and scolding her in her heart. She put on a longing expression. "Shirley is really beautiful. I've always wanted such a beautiful cat." And Yuan thought about it for a moment. Even though she really hated furry animals, she had to admit that the little white cat called Shirley was indeed very beautiful. Looking at her niece's expression and thinking about how understanding she was just now, and Yuan didn't know why, but her heart was moved. She blurted out, "Isn't it just a cat? Wei Wei, just you wait. Auntie will definitely get it for you." As soon as she said this, she regretted it. Today, when she saw Fang Yuhan's expression in the CEO's office, she knew that the little white cat held a lot of weight in his heart. It wasn't an easy task to get the little white cat from him. Not to mention, she had nothing to do with Fang Yuhan. Her reputation as the eldest daughter of the An family was not worth much in front of the president of the Fang Corporation. But before she could change her words, she heard her niece's excited voice. "Really? Auntie, you're so nice. Wei Wei likes you the most. And Yuan silently swallowed the words that she was about to say. Looking at her niece's innocent smile, big fog, and Yuan had a feeling that if she didn't agree to her niece's request, she would be extremely evil. She got up to cover Wei Wei with the blanket and said, "Have a good rest then. Aunt won't disturb you anymore." And Wei Wei's eyes were still sparkling. She hurriedly nodded and closed her eyes obediently. And Yuan didn't know that after she left the room and closed the door, the girl on the bed opened her eyes again. How could Wei Wei, who was lying on the bed, still be so innocent and adorable? Her large black eyes were pitch black, as if they were an endless expanse of darkness. She said softly, "Don't let me down, my aunt." Chapter 12:12. Ever since Shirley grabbed someone in a fit of rage, Fang Yuhan had become even more attentive to her. At first, he kept her in his pocket so that no one could see her, so as not to ruin his image as a cold CEO. But now, he didn't care anymore. That's right. From one day, the employees of the Fang Corporation saw their CEO go to work with a cute little kitten on his shoulder. The aloof CEO and the delicate and soft little kitten, this combination strangely formed a kind of contrast adorable. Every time the girls in the company saw this scene, they wanted to scream. Oh, so the CEO was actually this kind of CEO. He was always expressionless, but when he was with his little kitten, he would show his unique gentleness. He was simply too cool. In their hearts, they secretly thought about the 1001 nights between their CEO and his little kitten. When they faced Fang Yuhan again, they felt that he wasn't as scary as before. How could someone who could show such gentleness to a little kitten be a cold and heartless person? System. What was the logic behind this conclusion? Humans really couldn't understand. Another thing that made the girls want to scream was that the CEO's little kitten was simply too cute. Not to mention her palm-sized body, her snow-white fur, and her large purple eyes, not to mention that extremely foul fluffy tail, it simply made people want to bring everything in front of her, only hoping that she would act cute in front of them. It was no wonder that the usually cold and heartless CEO had become a cat lover. Who wouldn't want such a cute little kitten? In less than 10 days, President Fang had been asked by at least dozens of people openly and secretly about where he had bought Shirley from. Everyone said that Shirley was a little princess. That's right, in 10 days, Gu Xingyin's name had successfully spread throughout the company, and that it was very expensive. However, if they could have such a beautiful and clingy little fairy, they could eat dirt for half a year. How could CEO Fang not see that these people were all coveting his Shirley? He was very unhappy, but at the same time, he secretly revealed a trace of pride in his heart. Because no matter what other people thought, Shirley was still his. She still liked him the most. Gu Xingyin, wasn't it all because someone was too jealous and possessive? As a gentle-tempered summoned beast, Gu Xingyin wasn't afraid of strangers at all. As long as she could sense friendliness from others, she didn't mind being hugged, kissed, and raised high. She did mind being kissed a little. But he couldn't stand President Fang's jealousy. Every time Gu Xingyin was hugged by someone, she could feel the cold air and obvious displeasure emanating from Fang Yuhan. Obviously, even though she was just a cat, Fang Yuhan's possessiveness towards her did not decrease at all. Realizing this, Gu Xingyin, who didn't want her lover to be unhappy, began to consciously reduce her contact with others. When faced with humans who liked her, she would at most call out to them in a soft voice and no longer interact with others. Moreover, she became even more clingy to Fang Yuhan. Gu Xingyin saw the satisfied smile on her owner's face. She could feel her owner's joy. Gu Xingyin felt a sweet sadness in her heart. Sigh, master loves me too much. He doesn't even allow me to interact with other humans. Such a capricious CEO is really worrying. It's over. Sigh, it's so sweet. I'm a little sad, weathered face. Congratulations to Filthy Li Wuxian for becoming the second leader of this article. Then, I'd like to thank my babies for the tips and tickets that they gave to Gigi. Finally, I'd like to ask for tickets. Don't forget the recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Chapter 12-13. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. In this month, little Princess Shueli successfully gained the favor of the entire Fang Corporation. When humans faced cats, they didn't have much rationality to begin with. Not to mention, it was a pseudo-cat psychic beast that had its own attributes. Gu Xingyin also asked the system to keep an eye on An Weiwei. During this period of time, An Weiwei had been feeling very bad and was in a very irritated mood. This was because her grandparents, who had been living in the old house, had come over. Strictly speaking, the villa An Weiwei lived in was bought after her parents moved out alone after they got married. It was just that the couple didn't have any feelings for each other, so An Weiwei was the only owner living in this so-called love nest. How nice it was to be alone. Even though An Weiwei was only in her teens, she was still the owner of this huge villa. She said that she didn't like others going up to the second floor of the villa. That was her private space, and no one in the entire villa dared to go against her wishes. But now, it was different. She didn't know why the two people who had been living in the old house all year round suddenly came over. An Weiwei was a little confused as she looked at the grandmother with black hair who didn't look old. She cried when she saw her and hugged her while calling out to her. The content was nothing more than nonsense like, "My poor granddaughter." An Weiwei didn't know what had happened, but when she saw the two big shots of the An family looking at her with a loving gaze that she had never seen before, she instantly knew that this was her chance. An Weiwei, who had matured early, knew that the love from the elders was the biggest guarantee for her status in this family. In the An family, there was nothing more important than gaining the favor of the two elders. Although her grandparents had always treated her well, they had never looked at her with such a gaze as if she was the apple of their eye. She was very obedient. In the eyes of the two elders who were over 50 years old, this granddaughter was so sensible because no one doted on her at such a young age. Didn't they see that so-and-so child who was the same age as their Weiwei? He was a classic example of a devil incarnate. Actually, the reason why the two elders of the An family were like this was because of the system's help. The older a person got, the more they would believe in supernatural things. A few nights ago, both husband and wife had the same dream. In the dream, their only pitiful granddaughter would wake up every night with her eyes open until dawn. Their parents would hug their new lovers and turn a blind eye to this. It would have been fine if it was just a dream, but both of them had the same dream. The two elders of the An family looked at each other and felt that this was a warning to them. Thus, they arrived at An Weiwei's villa early in the morning. At first, An Weiwei thought that this was a good thing for her. However, she quickly dismissed that thought. Because her grandparents didn't say a word and directly stayed here. Anyway, the villa was big and everything was available. In order to show their closeness, the two elders even specially chose their own bedroom to be next to An Weiwei's. This made An Weiwei suffer. Because of her shameful hobby, she had always lived alone on the second floor. But now, there were two more people, and they were the kind that couldn't be rejected. One could only imagine how aggrieved An Weiwei felt. Chapter 12-14. This was because the two retired elders did not have much to do every day. Every time An Weiwei came back from school, she would be dragged out by the two of them to play, buy things, and choose gifts. It had been a long time since she went to her private room. An Weiwei knew that her little hobbies would not be recognized by the world. Once her grandparents found out about what she had done, she believed that no matter how much they loved her, they would not tell anyone about it. The way they looked at her would change from love to disgust and even fear. She could not take this risk. So, she had to endure it. No matter how much she longed for it and how eager she was, she had to endure it. When Gu Xingyin received the message from the system, she was very satisfied. Before she came to this world, she could not care about An Weiwei's matters. But since she had come to this world in place of the real Shueli, she would not allow such things to happen. So, An Weiwei, don't you like to pretend to be an obedient and innocent little girl? Then I'll just keep pretending. However, Gu Xingyin didn't expect that An Weiwei's violent desires, which he had forcefully suppressed, would one day erupt with such ferocity. Yuhan, Miss An, please call me Mr. Fang. Gu Xingyin lazily leaned against the bookshelf in Fang Yuhan's office and watched the man and woman in front of her communicate. And Yuan hadn't come back for almost a month after she had been driven away by Fang Yuhan. Gu Xingyin thought that Yuan was really a hot-tempered young lady. She did not expect that she would only be reserved for a month. In fact, this was indeed the case. And Yuan waited for a month. Apart from Assistant Lu's call to ask for compensation, she did not receive any calls from the Fang Corporation. She had to admit that if she did not take the initiative, Fang Yuhan would not remember her at all. She had never felt this kind of frustration from any man before. However, she also understood in her heart that such a man would not be interested in her, and Yuan. Similarly, he would not be very interested in other women. After all, Yuan was still a woman. Although she was open-minded and did not have high expectations of a relationship between a man and a woman. However, she still hoped that she could find a boyfriend or even a husband who treated her well. A clean and honest man, and a prodigal son who wandered among flowers. If marriage was the prerequisite, most women would still be willing to choose the former. However, this was all her wishful thinking. From the beginning to the end, Fang Yuhan had no interest in Yuan at all. He was just maintaining the basic courtesy of a man to a lady. Just as she opened her mouth, she hit a nail on the head. What Yuan said in her heart was true. However, she thought of her promise to her niece and secretly comforted herself, this isn't the first day I know this man's character. It's okay, Yuan. There aren't many unmarried girls like you in S City. You have a great chance of success. Fang Yuhan was actually very impatient with this woman. He tried his best to maintain a gentle tone. Missun, why are you here? Yuan thought for a moment and saw Gu Xingyin, who was lazily lying down and playing with her tail. Her eyes lit up as she said to Fang Yuhan, I'm here to see Shirley. She knew how much Fang Yuhan treasured this cat. Chapter 12-15. She originally thought that talking about this cat would allow her to continue chatting with Fang Yuhan. However, it was obvious that she was wrong. When Fang Yuhan heard the words Shirley from Yuhan's mouth, the calmness that he was trying to maintain completely disappeared. Fang Yuhan said calmly, in that case, I'll thank Missun for your concern on behalf of Shirley. What tricks was this woman trying to play this time? Yuan did not like Shirley at all. Fang Yuhan knew about this from the start. The way Yuan looked at Shirley was as though she was looking at a bad thing. Yuan was at a loss for words. She did not expect Fang Yuhan to have such an attitude when she mentioned Shirley. Fang Yuhan's cold and vigilant gaze made him look like a ferocious beast protecting its cub. Yes, that was the only description Yuan could think of. As for her, she was the enemy in the eyes of the ferocious beast. She was someone he had to be wary of. When Yuan thought of this, she felt inexplicably unhappy. Could it be that he was afraid that he would harm such a small thing? Thinking of her niece, Yuan thought for a moment and said, Mr. Fang, didn't Shirley accidentally scratch Wei Wei last time? Wei Wei has always been obedient and kind. She also likes small animals the most. She doesn't blame Shirley at all. Of course, I've always told her that Shirley is a very obedient kitten and that she didn't do it on purpose. As she spoke, she glanced at Fang Yuhan's expression. However, she could not see any emotion on his face. She gritted her teeth and said, but Wei Wei can't forget the beautiful Shirley. As Wei Wei's aunt, I would like to ask Mr. Fang if you can let Shirley stay with Wei Wei for a few days. Gu Xingyin's ears perked up when she heard this. Of course, she did not believe Yuan's words. And Wei Wei couldn't forget her. What she said was probably true, but only Wei Wei herself knew what it was that she couldn't forget. This little pervert still hadn't given up on her. She was not worried at all. Based on her understanding of her owner, Fang Yuhan would not be willing to lend her out for others to play with. Sure enough, Fang Yuhan rejected her without hesitation. I'm sorry, Missun, but our Shueli is very shy. As you can see, Shueli reacted instinctively because she was frightened by Miss and Wei Wei last time. For the sake of both Shirley and Miss and Wei Wei, it's better not to let them meet. And Yuan did not expect that the other party would not even find an excuse and reject her so thoroughly. She opened her mouth. But Wei Wei really likes Shirley. Fang Yuhan didn't answer her, but his meaning was obvious. Your niece likes Shirley, so I should lend Shirley to her. I'm sorry, but I don't accept that logic. And Yuan had been given the cold shoulder here, and with Fang Yuhan's cold attitude, it was impossible to communicate with him. She had no choice but to pick up her bag and leave in a huff. Meow. After Yuan left, a small white shadow suddenly jumped from the bookshelf onto the head of a man in a suit with a serious expression. A serious man and a soft and cute little white cat. This combination was so contrasting that it made people laugh. Fang Yuhan's expression softened immediately. He said helplessly, Shirley, how many times have I told you not to jump around? What if you fall? Chapter 12:16. He continued, also, you can't climb on top of my head. Have you forgotten? Although he said this, he did not reach out to take the little fellow off his head. Gu Xingyin, on the other hand, opened his mouth and meowed. He obediently jumped from Fang Yuhan's head to his shoulder and landed on Fang Yuhan's open palm. She looked at Fang Yuhan with her big, dark purple eyes as if to say, look, am I not obedient? Fang Yuhan could not help but lower his head and kiss her beautiful eyes. Shirley is the most obedient. Of course. Little Princess Shueli meowed twice and wagged her fluffy tail in Fang Yuhan's hand as a reward. Fang Yuhan looked at Shirley and felt his heart soften. Whether it was the quiet Shirley, the proud Shirley, or the naughty Shirley, they were all cute in his eyes. At this moment, Fang Yuhan completely understood how the cat slaves felt. It was a wonderful thing to have such a little princess in the family. He started to deal with the company's affairs. Gu Xingyin lay quietly on his lap and took a nap. In fact, she was chatting with the system. In this world, so many people liked Shirley. Apart from her exquisite and cute appearance, there was another important reason. The skill she had obtained in this world was the natural affinity of the elf queen. It did not matter whether it was for animals or plants. Humans were a type of high-level animal, so it was normal for them to have a good impression of her. Moreover, as a type of high-grade spirit beast, spiritual beasts had a physique that couldn't tolerate impurities. Their auras were pure and they would naturally be very popular. I can already feel the power in my body increasing, Gu Xingyin said to the system. The system's white light flashed. Yes, host. The spiritual beast's infancy is only a year. During this period, the power in the spiritual beast's bloodline will continue to awaken. Gu Xingyin thought for a while and asked, when can I transform into a human? Although Shirley was loved by everyone, there was not much she could do as a cat. After the host passes the spiritual beast's infancy. After entering the growth stage, the spiritual beast will have the ability to transform. A year wasn't too hard to endure. Gu Xingyin nodded. In this world, she had never thought of transforming into a human in front of Fang Yuhan. This was because the spiritual beast's ending would not be too good. As a spiritual beast that should not belong to this world, Shirley came to this world for a reason. She had her own mission to complete. It was because An Weiwei had assassinated the spiritual beast, which was still in its infancy and could not protect itself, that caused her to be unable to complete her mission. That was why Gu Xingyin came to this world and restored the originally disrupted plot to normal. If she was just a cute little kitten in Fang Yuhan's eyes, then, even if she left, he would at most be sad for a while. Perhaps he would even raise a palm-sized white kitten and forget about her for a while. But if she transformed into a human, Gu Xingyin was almost certain that her lover would fall in love with her. This was the bond between their souls. The pain of losing a loved one was much heavier than losing a pet. Read the remaining 4 chapters before 12 o'clock a.m. Speaking of which, do you guys smell the fragrance of glass shards? Serious face, then, do you really want to hit me? Come on, hit me to death with your violent votes. Chapter 12:17. Fang Yuhan, who was focused on handling the company's affairs, didn't know that his little princess Shirley was thinking about such serious matters. He also didn't know that he was facing the risk of losing Shirley. All Gu Xingyin wanted to do was to stick to him a little more before that day arrived. On the other side, after having dinner with her grandparents, the three of them took a walk in the garden. And Wei Wei finally couldn't help but use the excuse that she was sleepy and returned to her room. Her room was like the room of all rich girls. It was full of luxury and princess style. It was the dream of any little girl. She didn't like it. However, everyone felt that Wei Wei should like this style. It wasn't just her room. The clothes she wore, her jewelry, and even her school bag were all in this dreamy Lolita style. Even Wei Wei herself could convince herself that she liked this style under her own self-hypnosis day after day. This was because her elders liked this cute and obedient little princess. Only now, when there was no one else around, she could freely release the true desires in her heart. She put away the innocent smile on her face, took off her pink lace princess dress, and changed into a pure white nightgown. And Wei Wei, who was sitting on the bed, looked like a completely different person from how she looked during the day. Her face was expressionless, and her big black eyes gave off a strange vibe under the dim light. The desire that she suppressed in her heart during the day gradually awakened. There seemed to be a fire burning in the bottom of her heart. She was thirsty and anxious, and her eyes became a little wild. It was so uncomfortable. She needed something to quell this desire that was growing stronger and stronger. She didn't need to endure it again. What did she need? She felt that she urgently needed to see blood. She needed to see those young and desperate eyes. She needed to feel the warm blood flowing through her palms and hear the miserable cries in her ears. It gave her the satisfaction of dominating the other party's world. But she couldn't. Her grandparents lived in the room next door. She couldn't let them see this side of their obedient granddaughter. She could only endure it. In this long night, under the torment of time, this burning impulse was gradually suppressed. Her nails dug deep into her flesh, but Wei Wei didn't even frown. Only pain could slightly suppress the madness in her heart. The hour hand turned little by little. Finally, after 2 rounds, the burning desire in his heart gradually calmed down. Wei Wei lowered her head. Unsurprisingly, she saw that her left forearm was already stained with blood. She had scratched it with her fingernails just now. Looking at the dried marks, she walked forward and licked them gently. It had a salty, rusty taste, and was not tasty at all. However, Wei Wei seemed to be possessed. She licked all the traces clean bit by bit. The flame in his heart finally disappeared completely. The taste was actually not bad. She slowly got up and walked to the side of the huge dressing mirror. The girl in the mirror was wearing a loose white nightgown. Her hair was loose, and her expressionless face gave off a strange feeling in the dim light. Chapter 12:18. She stared at herself in the mirror. Slowly, the corners of her mouth curled up. The haze in her eyes also quietly dissipated. She reached out to turn on the light beside the mirror, and the entire room instantly lit up. The little girl in the mirror became the innocent and obedient little princess of the Yin family that day. Everything that had just happened could only be witnessed by this silent room full of furniture. No, other than this room full of furniture, there was also a system. Looking at Wei Wei like this, the experienced and knowledgeable system expressed that it didn't care. What the hell? The system expressed that it was very scared. The system didn't only have Gu Xingyin as a host, it had also seen all kinds of perverts in previous missions. But it really hadn't seen anyone as sick as Wei Wei. The system could face ghosts and monsters covered in blood without batting an eyelid, but facing Wei Wei like this, it expressed that it was a little weak. But the system was a good system that loved its job. Even if it was a little scared, it still insisted on being on the front line, continuously monitoring the mission target. It was determined not to affect the completion of the host's mission because of its own fear. Let's give a round of applause to the dedicated system. Alright, back to the main topic. and Wei Wei lay quietly on the bed. The room fell into darkness. She clearly knew her situation. She could endure it once, twice, or even 10 times. But 100 times? It was very obvious that the two from the Yin family had the intention of staying here for a long time. And Wei Wei knew that there was a crazy beast in her heart. Only the blood of those weak animals could extinguish the desire in her heart. She couldn't control the ambition in her heart. If she continued to endure like this, sooner or later, there would be problems. Since she couldn't help it, then, it wouldn't be at home, right? Although it was impossible to have as much equipment outside as at home, and the products might not be perfect. But as long as it could temporarily satisfy the desire in her heart, it would be fine. And Wei Wei made up her mind. If she didn't do something, she would really go crazy. Gu Xingyin received the system's warning in her mind. The system had no way of knowing what An Wei Wei was thinking, but it could guess that her current situation wasn't normal. It mainly wanted Gu Xingyin to be careful. Gu Xingyin, on the other hand, was more thoughtful than the system. After hearing the system describe An Wei Wei's series of actions, she felt that the other party might not be able to hold it in any longer. Now that she was by Fang Yuhan's side every day, it was unlikely that An Wei Wei would be able to come into contact with her. System, you don't have to worry too much about me. The main thing is to monitor An Wei Wei's actions. I suspect that she wants to attack the animals outside. Especially those stray cats and dogs without owners, they were the best targets. In the past, too many of the animal souls under An Wei Wei's control were those pitiful stray animals. Understood, host. Gu Xingyin was still deep in thought when her body was suddenly held up by a pair of warm and dry hands. What's wrong with Shirley? Are you feeling unwell? A voice with a hint of anxiety came from above. Fang Yuhan was so immersed in his work that he didn't realize that Shirley, who had always been clingy, had been too quiet the entire afternoon. Normally, she couldn't stay still. Every now and then, she would poke him with her claws to play with him. Gu Xingyin snapped out of her thoughts and met her owner's worried gaze. Chapter 12:19. Her eyes were as cold as the clear water in an unfrozen lake in winter all year round, but when she looked at him, her eyes were as warm as the sun. Gu Xingyin meowed softly, stood up, and gently licked Fang Yuhan's wrist. Then, she moved closer to Fang Yuhan. Fang Yuhan was relieved. It seemed that Shirley was fine. However, he still felt that this place was too quiet. President Fang felt as if he was sick. When Shirley pestered him to play with her, he kept praying that this clingy little girl would be quiet. However, when she was really quiet, Fang Yuhan began to worry again. He was even inexplicably not used to it. He began to miss Shirley, who always liked to pester him. After playing with Shirley in his arms for a while, he felt that she was not very interested. Fang Yuhan glanced at the clock on the wall worriedly. There was still an hour before he got off work. Today's work was basically done. He thought for a minute, stood up decisively, and began to pack his things. As soon as he put Shirley on his shoulder, he met Assistant Lu, who pushed the door open and came in. Assistant Lu was still holding a pile of documents in her hands. She looked at the president in surprise. "President, what are you doing?" Assistant Lu was a little confused. Fang Yuhan looked calm. "I still have something to do. I'm off work." He glanced at the documents in Assistant Lu's hands again and frowned slightly. "Is there any urgent and important information that I need to see?" Assistant Lu quickly shook her head. No, these are just some parts of the plan. You can take your time to read them." Then, there was no problem. Fang Yuhan nodded. "Then, I'll leave first." Assistant Lu stood in the president's office with a pile of documents in her arms. Her heart was still full of disbelief. The CEO was actually promoted and dismissed from his position. This was even rarer than the company's year-end bonus twice a year. President Fang was simply a role model in the world of presidents. He always worked overtime. At least, Assistant Lu had worked here for 2.5 years, and she had never seen him leave work early. In just a few minutes, Assistant Lu thought of hundreds of reasons for the president to skip work. However, none of them seemed right. She shook her head and shook all the messy thoughts out of her mind. She could only think about the president's gossip in her heart. It was not good to delay her work. As for after the work was done, Assistant Lu smiled like an idiot. I have more gossip to share with my girlfriend. However, Fang Yuhan was fine. After he left the company, he took Gu Xingyin directly to the most famous pet hospital in the city. Yes, he was worried that Shirley was sick. However, the results of the examination surprised even the doctor. "Sir, I can tell that you've taken good care of your kitten," the vet said with a smile as he looked at Fang Yuhan. Most of the people who chose to become veterinarians maintained a friendly and loving heart towards small animals. When they saw people who were also kind to their pets, their attitude would naturally be much gentler. "I've never seen such a healthy pet. There was nothing wrong with it at all." Hearing this, Gu Xingyin remained silent. The bodies of spiritual beasts were the purest, without any impurities. Naturally, they would be incomparably healthy. Chapter 12:20. Fang Yuhan was relieved to hear this. He looked at the veterinarian gently and said, "Thank you." The veterinarian smiled and said, "You're welcome. There aren't many owners who love their pets as much as you do." The veterinarian clicked his tongue in wonder. Fang Yuhan looked like a cold person who didn't like to smile. He didn't expect him to be so nice to his pets. Indeed, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Fang Yuhan knew that there was nothing wrong with Shirley's health, but he didn't know what was wrong with her. Gu Xingyin perked up when she saw the worried look in her owner's eyes. She meowed at Fang Yuhan a few times and scratched his body with her little paws. "That's how it should be." Seeing Xue Li's energetic appearance, Fang Yuhan's heart relaxed. "Let's go. Let's have a big meal today." Fang Yuhan went to a famous restaurant in the city. Since it was inconvenient to bring Shirley along, he ordered a private room. The dishes were served quickly. In order to take care of Shirley, Fang Yuhan ordered a lot of light dishes. For one person, it was a little too much. The waiter asked him more than once if he wanted more bowls and chopsticks. Of course, Fang Yuhan refused. What did it feel like to eat with a cat slave owner? Gu Xingyin could tell you that she was treated like a queen. Fang Yuhan didn't eat at all. He wanted to satisfy his little princess first. Gu Xingyin said that as long as she liked something, she would look over and meow. The next moment, that dish would be served to her. At first, Fang Yuhan was worried that Shirley would feel uncomfortable eating human food. However, as time passed, he realized that Shirley wasn't an ordinary cat. Although she looked like a delicate kitten, Shirley wasn't as delicate as those kittens. Fang Yuhan had thought about what kind of animal Shirley was, but he didn't care much. To him, Shirley was Shirley. He liked her so much because she was a cat. If she wasn't a cat, he wouldn't like her. Shirley had a big appetite. This was what Fang Yuhan had learned over the past 2 months. Of course, this was in comparison to the size of an ordinary cat and her body. Compared to humans, this little bit of appetite was really nothing. The bodies of spiritual beasts were very strange. Throughout their infancy, they would maintain the same body shape. In other words, no matter how much Gu Xingyin could eat, her body would always be the size of a palm. However, Gu Xingyin did not care about this. She didn't think that a cat with a big head would be any more useful than a cat the size of a palm. As for Fang Yuhan, he didn't care at all. The palm-sized Shirley was so cute. He could hold her in his palm and put her in his pocket at any time. It couldn't be any better. Gu Xingyin quickly expressed that she was full. Only then did Fang Yuhan start eating. After the man and the cat had eaten their fill, Fang Yuhan thought about Shirley's previous state and decided to take her out to play. There shouldn't be too many people, and it shouldn't be too noisy. It would be best if it was closer to home, and the place had to be pretty. Fang Yuhan thought about it and chose a leisure park not far from home. This park was rare and had very few amusement facilities. Naturally, it wouldn't attract a large group of naughty children. The environment was indeed good. However, Gu Xingyin was lying in Fang Yuhan's pocket. As soon as they arrived at the destination, they heard a message from the system. It was An Weiwei. What was she doing here so late? Chapter 12:21. In the evening, the artificial lake reflected the orange-red setting sun. The sun had already lost its heat, covering the horizon with a layer of reddish-purple sunset. As it reflected in the water, the gorgeous colors slowly swayed with the slight ripples, as if creating a magnificent and mysterious world. Fang Yuhan had a small white ball on his shoulder. The man and the cat walked slowly in the evening breeze. To Fang Yuhan's surprise, he felt as if everything was peaceful. He thought that if he could spend the rest of his life with Shirley like this, it would be a good thing. However, the little white ball on his shoulder didn't seem to enjoy this as much as he did. She seemed a little irritable and uneasy tonight. Shirley. The little guy on his shoulder was different from before. This made Fang Yuhan a little uneasy. He took Gu Xingyin off his shoulder and placed her in his palm. What's wrong? Are you cold? Gu Xingyin meowed twice. She stuck out her tongue and licked his palm twice, indicating that she was fine. She had been talking to the system about An Weiwei. She felt that An Weiwei wasn't the kind of person who would come to see the scenery at night. Gu Xingyin thought about how An Weiwei couldn't come into contact with the small animals at home because of her interference recently. She had a faint guess in her heart. The system's reply confirmed her guess. Host, I just found that there are a large number of stray cats and dogs in this park. The system began to explain the situation of the park to Gu Xingyin. It turned out that Fang Yuhan and the others only knew that the scenery here was beautiful and that it was a good place to go for a leisurely stroll. However, they didn't know that this place was similar to a sacred place for the homeless stray cats and dogs. Most of the people who often came here for a walk were retired old people who stayed at home to play with their grandchildren. The old people were kind and had a certain amount of financial ability. They were very willing to bring some small food like bread and biscuits to feed these animals when they came here. There was no sun or rain, and no one would look at them with disgust or even chase them away. Over time, there were many small animals here. To An Weiwei, this place was like a holy land, right? Gu Xingyin asked the system to keep an eye on An Weiwei's movements while she struggled to jump out of Fang Yuhan's hands. Shirley. Fang Yuhan let his guard down and let Shirley jump out of his hand. Then, he saw Cher's small white figure running off in a certain direction. Shirley, where are you going? Fang Yuhan asked anxiously. Ever since Shirley came to his side that rainy day, he had been holding her in the palm of his hand. He didn't even let her walk on her own. What on earth had happened? Fang Yuhan quickly chased after him. Gu Xingyin walked quickly. According to the system, An Weiwei had already found the gathering place of those stray cats and dogs. She didn't want to see those innocent lives lost in the hands of this mentally twisted girl. In a dark corner of the park, An Weiwei was holding a bag of cooked meat in her hand. She was squatting down and slowly placing it on the ground. There were several small round animals lying in front of her. These small animals were often fed by humans, so they weren't afraid of strangers. When they saw that this human had no intention of attacking them, they all surrounded her. Chapter 12:22. An Weiwei had an innocent smile on her face, but her eyes were looking at these animals one by one. This one is too big and looks so fierce. That yellow-spotted one isn't good-looking at all. That little black cat looks sickly and lifeless. Her eyes lit up. Not far away, the little white cat that had been looking over with its eyes wide open appeared in her vision. The little white cat's fur was white and clean without any impurities. Its eyes were a faint blue, and it was very eye-catching among the stray cats and dogs. Even An Weiwei, who had seen countless cats and dogs, had to admit that this little cat's appearance was really impeccable. It was probably only staying in this secluded small park and wasn't seen by anyone. Otherwise, it would have been adopted by those so-called cat lovers long ago, right? and Wei Wei knew very well in her heart. Especially those pampered little girls at home and those rich ladies who spent all day doing nothing but spending money, they liked this kind of little guy the most. And Wei Wei herself didn't really like this kind of white cat, because they looked too delicate and couldn't withstand any torture at all. The reason why she was attracted to this little white cat was because the first time she saw it, she was reminded of Shirley, who had once scratched her. Thinking of Mr. Fang's white cat that even she couldn't afford to offend, and Wei Wei felt a little regretful. She had to admit that this little guy was definitely the most beautiful, most agile, and most energetic cat she had ever seen. It was also the one that moved her the most. No. Just thinking of that white cat's proud gaze made the hidden desire in her heart have the urge to be aroused. Thinking of this, she looked at the little white cat again. Although its appearance was quite different, it was better than nothing. Very good, she had found her target for today. She distributed the large handful of food in her hand to the cats and dogs in front of her and walked towards the little white cat with the bag that still had half of it left. The little white cat followed her footsteps and took a few steps back. Obviously, compared to her defenseless companions, she was much more vigilant against humans. But in front of delicious food and the scheming and Wei Wei, she couldn't maintain her vigilance for long. And Wei Wei smiled as she watched the little white cat approach her bit by bit. She hesitantly started to eat the food she placed on the ground. Very good. After a while, she stretched out her hand hesitantly and touched the little white cat's body. The white cat's body trembled at first. She seemed to be a little afraid. However, after realizing that this human had no ill intentions and that the touch was very comfortable, she relaxed and no longer cared about the hand on her back. Instead, she lowered her head and focused on eating. As expected of a little bastard, he was hooked by a little bit of food. And Wei Wei hid her thoughts and continued to smile as she looked at the little white cat who was focused on eating. By the time Gu Xingyin arrived, all she saw were the little animals surrounding her. And Wei Wei was nowhere to be seen. Too late. When these stray cats and dogs saw Gu Xingyin, they all surrounded her enthusiastically. Some even stuck out their tongues and wanted to lick her. Gu Xingyin dodged nimbly. She felt a little helpless. The bodies of spiritual beasts were pure and clean, and their auras were naturally loved by animals. In addition, with the addition of the elf queen's affinity, in the eyes of these cats and dogs, she was probably like their child. Chapter 12:23. System, quickly find An Weiwei's location, Gu Xingyin said. After learning that An Weiwei had taken away a little white cat, Gu Xingyin couldn't help but feel a little worried. The system quickly reported an address. What surprised Gu Xingyin was that it was actually in this park. However, it was much more remote than here. The trees there were dense. During the day, it could be said to be quiet. However, at night, it could only be considered gloomy. Basically, no one dared to go there at night. That's right. The things that An Weiwei did were all shameful. It could only be done in a place like this. Gu Xingyin got rid of the small animals that clung to her and ran towards the place that the system mentioned. Fang Yuhan followed behind his Shirley. To be honest, he was shocked by his Shirley's stamina. Shirley had been running at this speed for more than 10 minutes from the lakeside where they were taking a stroll. This distance and intensity of exercise were nothing to Fang Yuhan, who trained all year round. However, Shirley was only so big. Fang Yuhan was a little worried. What had happened to make Shirley so anxious? An Weiwei carried the little white cat in her arms and walked towards the dark. The little white cat was quite quiet at first. However, as time passed, it realized that it didn't recognize its surroundings anymore. It started to meow in panic. However, An Weiwei ignored it. The little white cat began to struggle, but An Weiwei firmly clamped down on its limbs. What? You want to leave? Since you ate my food, you have to be obedient and listen to me. She walked gently. The little white cat struggled even harder. An Weiwei couldn't help but pinch the little white cat's body. Disobedient little thing, you have to be punished, woo. The little white cat let out a painful cry. They finally arrived at their destination. And Wei Wei stopped in her tracks and stopped under a large tree. Under the tree was a small backpack. Inside was An Wei Wei's treasure. Opening the backpack, An Wei Wei took out a few things. It was unknown how she moved, but she easily bound the little white cat's limbs and even sealed her mouth. What a pity. I can't hear Meow's pleas for mercy. And Wei Wei seemed to be a little regretful. From her point of view, it was a very heartwarming and comforting thing to hear the desperate and painful cries of those small animals ringing in her ears. When she was at home, she would not shut her mouth. But here, in order to not let the animals' screams attract extra people, she could only reluctantly give up this pleasure. She took her hands out of the backpack and a pair of knives as thin as a cicada's wings appeared in her hands. The white cat's frightened eyes appeared in front of An Wei Wei. The look in his eyes made her extremely satisfied. Next, I'll use these 2 knives to love you dearly. Good girl. She extended the knife in her hand towards the little white cat's body. Meow. A sharp cry that belonged to Meow Meow sounded, seemingly with inexplicable anger. Before An Wei Wei could react to where the meowing came from, a white figure flashed before her eyes. Then, she felt a strong force colliding with her. Intense pain flashed across her face. She reached out and touched it. A salty and wet liquid flowed down. It was blood. An Wei Wei panicked. She saw the little white ball glaring at her angrily not far away. Was it that Xueli? Chapter 12:24. Why was she here? An Wei Wei panicked. She reflexively turned her head to look behind her. There was no one. Did she sneak out on her own? A stinging pain came from the wound on his face. Drops of blood could not be stopped and kept dripping down. An Wei Wei ignored the white cat on the ground. Instead, she looked at Gu Xingyin with a gaze that made the cat's hair stand on end. What a bad-tempered little thing. You left wounds on my body in the 2 times we met. She chuckled softly. You're the first one to make me, An Wei Wei, suffer twice. You have to compensate me well. Gu Xingyin glared at An Wei Wei angrily. Seeing it in the plot and seeing it with her own eyes were 2 completely different concepts. Right now, right beside her, that pitiful little white cat was tightly tied up. Its mouth was tied shut, and its eyes were filled with terror as it stared ahead. Its white fur had already been stained with a trace of bright red. The knife in An Wei Wei's hand was too fast. Just the slightest contact with the knife would cause a wound. Gu Xingyin reached out her teeth and bit off the tie on the white cat's mouth. The white cat's shrill voice instantly rang out in this quiet environment. Fang Yuhan, who had just run over, heard this voice and his heart skipped a beat. It was a cat's scream. Shirley was here just now. In his anxiety, he didn't realize that this voice didn't belong to his Shirley. Hearing the white cat's voice, An Wei Wei frowned. Would it attract people here? She looked at Gu Xingyin. Little Shirley, do you know how long I've been thinking about you? She looked at Gu Xingyin with a strange gaze, as if she was looking at a treasure bestowed by the heavens. Do you see that little white cat? Actually, when I caught it, I was thinking about you. But now, the main character is here. The substitute can quickly die. Just as she was about to move her feet to catch the little white ball in front of her, a cold voice that was suppressing his anger sounded behind Ling Jin. Master. I didn't know that my Shirley had always been missed by Missin. At this moment, Fang Yuhan was furious. When he heard the cat's screams, his body went limp. Then, he ran over and heard An Wei Wei's words. He looked at the knife in An Wei Wei's hands, then looked at the tied-up white kitten with blood on its body beside his Shirley. How could he not understand? Who would have thought that the legendary innocent and well-behaved little princess of the An family was actually such a pervert? Fang Yuhan's heart was filled with lingering fear. What if he couldn't keep up with Shirley? What would An Wei Wei do to Shirley? From her words, it was clear that she had been interested in Xueli for a long time. An Wei Wei didn't expect Fang Yuhan to arrive so quickly. Her expression changed, and she threw the knife in her hand to the ground. She squatted on the ground and began to cry. Fang Yuhan looked at her coldly without any warmth in his eyes. This little trick. He had seen it all before. However, he didn't have the time to argue with An Weiwei now. Instead, he quickly walked to Gu Xingyin's side. He checked carefully from head to toe. After confirming that his cat was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. He reached out and slapped Gu Xingyin hard. Who told you to run around? What if something happened? This time, he didn't show any mercy at all. He hit her hard. He was really worried to death in his heart just now. Chapter 12:25. Gu Xingyi meowed a little aggrievedly, but she did not dodge. She was at a lower position, so she could clearly see the panic hidden behind the anger in the man's eyes. He was really worried about her. Anyway, a spiritual beast's body was very strong, so it was fine to let him vent his anger. However, after hitting her twice, Fang Yuhan stopped. He couldn't bear to do it. He watched as the little white ball in front of him obediently curled up into a ball. Her body was trembling from the pain, but she did not dodge because it was him. His heart ached when he saw this. Fang Yuhan gritted his teeth in anger. He scolded himself in his heart for being so useless that he was completely controlled by a little girl. At the same time, he picked her up without any backbone. He seemed rough, but his movements were gentle as he held Gu Xingyin in his palm and asked, "Does it hurt?" Gu Xingyin meowed obediently and licked his finger with her soft tongue. The anger in Fang Yuhan's heart miraculously subsided. He sighed inwardly and stuffed Gu Xingyin into his pocket. Then, he turned around to deal with other matters. An Weiwei was still crying. Fang Yuhan ignored her. Instead, he squatted down and untied the little white cat. The little white cat was obviously frightened. The moment it regained its freedom, it quickly ran into the dense forest. There were no large beasts in the park, so there was no danger. Fang Yuhan only took a glance before he snapped back to reality. Then, only An Weiwei was left, sobbing softly. A teenage girl was squatting on the ground and crying. A tall adult man was standing in front of her coldly. No matter how one looked at it, it was a scene of an adult bullying a child. Unfortunately, at this time and place, no one appreciated An Weiwei's acting skills. Fang Yuhan was not in the mood to talk to An Weiwei. "I will call your parents. If you have time to cry, you might as well think about how to explain it to them." An Weiwei's crying stopped abruptly. She widened her eyes and looked at Fang Yuhan. "Uncle Fang, I know I was wrong. I don't know why I'm like this. I really don't know anything." She looked delicate and cute, and when she cried, she looked very lovable. Unfortunately, Fang Yuhan had a heart of stone. Apart from Princess Shirley, no other creature had ever enjoyed his tenderness. An Weiwei panicked. She knew that her grandparents liked her not only because she was their only granddaughter, but also because she was obedient and naive. As the elderly got older, they liked obedient and sensible grandchildren. If her grandmother knew that she actually had such a hobby, and that she had even given her grandmother's favorite Scottish fold to, An Weiwei shuddered. No. He absolutely could not admit it. "I can't let this man tell them." She could say that he was spouting nonsense if it was someone else, but when it came to the words of the CEO of Fang Corporation, even her grandfather could not ignore it. "Uncle Fang. Uncle Fang." She ran forward and tried to grab Fang Yuhan's clothes. However, Fang Yuhan didn't even want to look at her. He even took out his phone in front of An Weiwei and made a call. "Hello, is this Mr. An Xiumin? I am Fang Yuhan. It's like this. I realized." His voice was deep and cold as he recounted what he had seen and heard to An Weiwei's grandfather. Chapter 12:26. Fang Yuhan didn't turn on the speaker, so An Weiwei didn't know what the CEO of the Fang Corporation said to her grandfather. She just sat on the ground in a daze and looked at the knife in her hand. This was the knife that she was going to use on the white cat. Fang Yuhan's back was facing her. If she used this knife to make him unable to speak at this time, this thought became stronger and stronger. And Weiwei's hand couldn't help but reach for the hilt of the knife that was right in front of her. You're welcome. I just hope that you can control your family's younger generation. Don't regret it when the time comes. A small figure quietly approached him. If I were you, I would immediately put down the thing in my hand. The cold voice was very clear in the night. And Weiwei's figure paused. Suddenly, she sped up without hesitation and stabbed the knife in her hand towards the figure in front of her. Slap! Her arm was slapped hard. The sharp pain made her let go of her hand uncontrollably. Clang! A crisp sound of metal hitting the ground came from the ground. I warned you not to do stupid things. Fang Yuhan looked coldly at the teary-eyed person who was grabbing his arm. And Weiwei raised her head and looked at the man who was looking at her coldly. She could clearly see that the other party was looking at her with eyes full of mockery. She suddenly said softly, "Is it easier to believe that an innocent and obedient little girl is a pervert who likes to abuse animals? Or is it easier to believe that a beautiful little girl who refuses to obey a criminal in the quiet of the night?" Fang Yuhan stared at her and exhaled. Wouldn't it be better if you used your thoughts for proper purposes? And Weiwei didn't comment. Then, a clear female voice sounded in the silence. Uncle Fang, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong, and Weiwei's eyes widened as she looked at Fang Yuhan in disbelief. Fang Yuhan turned off the recording and turned to leave. That's why I said, don't play tricks in front of me. You're still too inexperienced. And Weiwei looked at the back of the man who left and finally sat down dejectedly. It was over. Her image in the hearts of her grandparents must have been completely destroyed. Although the elderly cared about their granddaughter, she was not their only granddaughter. How many illegitimate children did her father raise outside? Those lowly things were always sharpening their heads to enter the Yin family's door. If they really wanted to give up on him, there were still many other options. Fang Yuhan didn't care about what An Weiwei was thinking. He didn't even care if she was safe in the forest at night. After experiencing such a thing, of course, he was not in the mood to take a stroll and enjoy the scenery. He directly took Gu Xingyin home. When he returned home, he sat on the sofa with a serious expression and took out the little white ball from his pocket. Shirley, tell me, what are you? He looked at Gu Xingyin sternly. He couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. Gu Xingyin's behavior today was too suspicious. Xue Li's previous behavior was as if she could predict the future and knew that An Weiwei was abusing the little white cat. How could a normal kitten be capable of such a miraculous feat? Chapter 12:27. Gu Xingyin looked at Fang Yuhan with her innocent eyes. She told herself that she was just a pure kitten. She didn't know anything. System, it felt like déjà vu. Gu Xingyin, haha, every time I ask you a question, you pretend you don't know. Fang Yuhan looked at Gu Xingyin with a headache. He knew that she was pretending to be stupid, but he couldn't do anything to her. Fang Yuhan took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. He decided to use a flirting attack. His serious expression faded and became incomparably gentle. He looked deeply at the little white ball in front of him. Gu Xingyin could clearly see her figure in his eyes. Fang Yuhan said, Xue Li, I don't care what kind of creature you are. I just hope that there's nothing to hide between the two of us. I, Fang Yuhan, will always support you. Gu Xingyin's eyes flashed. Hearing such words, it was impossible to say that she wasn't moved. Looking into the other party's eyes, she really wanted to open her mouth and tell him that she wasn't a cat, but a spiritual beast that didn't belong to this world. She was a lover who could take human form and be with him forever. She opened her mouth. Meh, then, she meowed. Fang Yuhan, Gu Xingyin expressed her innocence. She was just a cat now. How could he expect her to say human words? Fang Yuhan looked at Xue Li again and was sure that she wouldn't tell him anything. He sighed. Forget it. Since she didn't want to tell him, he wouldn't ask. One day, she would be willing to tell him everything. However, Fang Yuhan didn't know that the truth was too heavy for him to bear. In the following days, Gu Xingyin was still spoiled by Fang Yuhan like before. She ate, slept, and played every day. Her body instantly grew. Of course, her growing body referred to the strength in her body slowly increasing. Based on her appearance alone, she was still a palm-sized snow-white ball. Assistant Lu had become a die-hard fan of Princess Xueli. Every few days, he would come to the CEO's house to help clean, cook, and feed the pets. That's right. In fact, his only goal was the last one above. The previous ones were all excuses to achieve his goal. Why would he need to do anything when the CEO only hired hourly cleaners to clean the house once a week? It couldn't be helped. Their CEO treasured Xueli too much, and they could only watch. Every time Assistant Lu saw the little Princess Xueli, she wanted to rush forward and put her in her pocket. But no matter how much he wanted to, as long as he saw his CEO's cold eyes, he would immediately be frightened. He couldn't afford to offend the CEO's parents. Assistant Lu was 100% sure that once he had any improper thoughts about Shirley, he would definitely be taught a lesson by his president. Gu Xingyin couldn't care less about what his assistant, who was smart and capable at work, was thinking in private. She was appreciating the lifes now. Ever since An Weiwei was brought back to the An family, who had received news about Fang Yuhan, did not neglect it. After a thorough cleaning and inspection of the entire villa and An Weiwei, the An family discovered something that left them flabbergasted. Chapter 1228. In that small private room that almost no one had ever entered, there were countless bloody and shiny instruments. There were even many bloody and cruel photos. And these were all done by the most obedient and naive An Weiwei in their eyes. Not only did An Weiwei's grandmother, who was a Buddhist, faint on the spot, but the servants who usually worked in the villa started to look at An Weiwei with fear in their eyes as if they were looking at a lunatic. Wasn't she a lunatic? How could a normal person do such a thing? An Weiwei's grandparents left the villa that day. To be honest, if it weren't for the considerable salary here, the servants who worked here would have wanted to resign and leave. Just the thought of a little master with a twisted mind living here, and who knew how many dead animals were buried in this villa, made them break out in cold sweat. An Weiwei had been placed under house arrest in this villa. That's right, house arrest. Her family directly suspended her from school on the grounds that she was sick and quickly invited the most authoritative psychological expert in the country. This was done by An Weiwei's parents. They unanimously believed that their daughter had done such a thing because of a psychological problem. An Weiwei had no room to resist. Her status as a young lady in the An family was high, and it was all brought to her by her parents. Once the true ruler of the An family no longer liked her or even hated her, her life would no longer be so easy. Gu Xingyin sighed in her heart as she looked at An Weiwei's situation. She didn't feel that An Weiwei was pitiful at all. After all, no matter what happened to An Weiwei, it could be said that she reaped what she sowed. She just felt a little strange. Based on her understanding of Fang Yuhan, he actually let An Weiwei off so easily. This didn't seem like his style of doing things. After all, Gu Xingyin could completely feel how much he cared about her. Reality proved that Gu Xingyin's premonition was correct. Fang Yuhan indeed didn't intend to let An Weiwei off so easily. He thought about what she said that day. She had always been drooling over his Shirley. Did that mean that if he didn't take good care of Shirley one day, his Shirley might be placed on the perverted dissection table by that mentally twisted girl? How could Fang Yuhan tolerate something like this? He didn't take any action a few days ago just to let the An family relax their vigilance. As for An Weiwei's matter, regardless of whether it was for the sake of their reputation or because they hadn't given up on An Weiwei, the heir, they still kept it a secret from the outside world. Perhaps the An family did this for a reason. But Fang Yuhan didn't. He had no reason to let go of the person who wanted Shirley's life. Even if she was just a minor. Half a month was enough for a top-notch private investigator to find out everything he needed. Soon, news of the An family's heir, An Weiwei, suffering from a mental illness spread. Under Fang Yuhan's instructions, the public did not say that she was abusing animals. Instead, they emphasized that she was mentally ill. But how could such an obvious tyrannical animal be suppressed without emphasizing the news? In particular, countless people who like small animals exploded on the internet after seeing those crazy photos. A little girl in her teens actually did such a cruel thing. This incident caused a huge commotion all over the country. Even in groups, shares had dropped to the lowest in the entire year because of this incident. Chapter 12:29. Originally, An Weiwei's parents didn't have much feelings for this daughter of theirs. They had their own small families outside. In their own families, they had close lovers and obedient and sensible children. In their hearts, An Weiwei was just a mission. But now, she had caused the An family to fall into danger. This made An Weiwei's parents hate this daughter even more. Father An rushed back immediately. I told you that you're not a good person. Your grandmother even said that you're obedient, sensible, and kind-hearted. You're already so vicious at such a young age. You must have inherited that woman's bad intentions. Our An family doesn't have such a vicious bloodline. An Weiwei was half sitting on the bed as she listened to this so-called father yell at her. She was restricted to this room and was not allowed to go out. None of the servants who were usually kind and attentive to her dared to speak to her. What a joke! She thought to herself expressionlessly. If she didn't remember wrongly, how long had it been since this so-called father of hers returned home? Even on New Year's Eve, her parents would be out with their little lovers. Here, she was always alone. Seeing An Weiwei looking down and remaining silent, Father An became even angrier. I've already discussed with your grandfather and grandmother. We'll take away your inheritance rights in the An family. This villa will be my last gift to you as your father. Just stay here obediently. An Weiwei suddenly raised her head. She stared at Father An in disbelief. She was his biological daughter. Although she always knew that this father didn't like her, she never thought that he would be so ruthless. An Weiwei suddenly laughed out loud. Have you wanted to do this for a long time? Don't tell me it's because of this incident. I've long known that you and that woman see me as a thorn in your side. You've long wanted me to die so that you can make room for those lowly illegitimate children of yours outside, right? Slap. Father An slapped her with an ashen face. An Weiwei's expression didn't change. She looked at Father An with a vicious gaze. Am I right? Are you angry out of humiliation? Father An's face didn't look good. Although that was what he thought in his heart, having his junior say it out loud really made him lose face. Your grandmother is right. You have already gone mad. Otherwise, why would you do such a heartless thing and say such ungrateful words? Father An coldly snorted and left in a huff. An Weiwei sat on the bed with her head lowered. No one could see the bone-chilling coldness in her eyes. An Weiwei was expelled from school. An Weiwei was under house arrest. There was no one who didn't know An Weiwei's reputation. Everyone in the country knew about this cruel and perverted animal killer. An Weiwei was ruined. The police had been to Anne's house. However, the An family had to consider their reputation after all. If they had a daughter in the juvenile detention center, it would be a complete loss of face. Through their connections, they accused An Weiwei of being mentally unsound. Plus, she was underage. The police could only turn a blind eye and let An Weiwei stay in her own house. Being confined in such a small room every day, even if she didn't lack food and clothing, it was still unbearable for An Weiwei, right? Chapter 12:30. That's right. Being under house arrest was indeed something that An Weiwei couldn't tolerate. However, it wasn't just because of the so-called loneliness that she couldn't tolerate. On the contrary, the loneliness of being alone was nothing to An Weiwei. What really tormented her was the desire for blood in her heart. She couldn't remember when she had fallen in love with the feeling of warm animal blood flowing on her hands. By the time she realized that she was addicted, she couldn't quit. Moreover, An Weiwei had never planned to quit. Why should she quit such a sweet and intoxicating feeling? She was like a drug addict. Only fresh blood could quench the thirst in her heart. But now, she had no way of getting what she wanted. The An family kept a close eye on her. After such a thing happened, An Weiwei's villa naturally attracted the attention of many forces. No matter what the reason was, the An family would never let An Weiwei out, much less allow her to harm animals again. An Weiwei's expression became gloomier and gloomier day by day, and her temper became more and more irritable day by day. She felt that if this continued, she would go crazy sooner or later. Little did she know that in the eyes of others, she was already a lunatic. The servants of the An family were the ones who could clearly feel the change in An Weiwei. It was precisely because of this that their fear of An Weiwei grew stronger. Even they began to think that Mr. N's claim that Miss was mentally ill wasn't an excuse to escape punishment. Miss, he really didn't look normal. Gu Xingyin felt that this wasn't enough. For a person like An Weiwei, no matter how cruel her treatment was, it wouldn't be too much. What she had done had harmed the lives of so many small animals. There was no way to offset such a sin. An Weiwei started to dream at night. In her dreams, there would always be small, bloody bodies staring at her with their eyes wide open. There were meows that haunted her for the entire night. No matter how she tried to escape, they followed her like a shadow, like a vengeful spirit demanding her life. She started to lose sleep and became nervous. Her hair fell out in large amounts, and her fair and rosy skin turned sallow because of lack of rest. The nightmares caused the girl's life force to rapidly wither. She finally couldn't take it anymore and said that evil spirits were pestering her every day. After all, she was a young lady. The servants also informed Father An, Mother An, and An Weiwei's grandparents. A doctor came over to take a look and said that An Weiwei's mental state was not good. Everything else was normal. He even said that she was under too much psychological pressure. An Weiwei naturally wouldn't believe such words. Every night, those cold and resentful gazes, those mournful voices demanding her life, were so real. They were cold and sticky as they entangled her for the entire night. It was those animals that had come to take his life. How could she have gotten it wrong? But no one believed her. The An family had already gotten impatient with the paranoid An Weiwei after inviting a doctor to check on her a few times and confirming that there was nothing wrong with her body. In their opinion, if An Weiwei wasn't under too much pressure, then she was doing it on purpose. She pretended to be weak so that they would let her out. However, the An family had already abandoned An Weiwei. How could they let her out? An Weiwei was crazy. Chapter 1231. When Gu Xingyin received this news, it was exactly 10 months after she had been in the body of the spiritual beast. According to the system, her childhood would be over in 2 months. At that time, she would be able to transform into a human. In fact, during this period of time, Gu Xingyin had also felt it. She could feel that her body was almost full of energy, and she urgently needed to find a breakthrough point. She reckoned that this breakthrough point would be the day she stepped into the growth stage. When she thought about the spiritual beast's mission in this world, Gu Xingyin's clear purple eyes dimmed slightly. If she remembered correctly, it was about 2 years later. During the 100th anniversary of this country's birth, the dragon vein was accidentally destroyed. There had to be a spiritual treasure that voluntarily gave up its cultivation and used its body to suppress the dragon vein and protect the country's 1,000 years of fortune. In this world, the people had long stopped believing in ghosts and gods. The spiritual energy was scarce, so it was naturally impossible for a spiritual treasure to be born. This was also the meaning of the spiritual beast's arrival in this world. In that case, she only had 2 years left to stay by Fang Yuhan's side. Instead of being separated by life and death, she might as well stay by his side and quietly be a cute little pet that could happily accompany each other for the next 2 years. However, Gu Xingyin had calculated everything, but she had overlooked An Weiwei's craziness. Another 2 months passed. Gu Xingyin had entered the most critical period. Every day, she could feel the spiritual power in her body on the verge of going out of control. She had to spend a lot of energy to stabilize the spiritual power in her body. In the outside world, Shirley, who had always been delicate and playful, became quiet. Fang Yuhan had been worried for a few days because of this. He was worried that Shirley was sick. However, the test results were normal. Could it be that cats also had times when they were emotional? Fang Yuhan looked at Shirley, who was lying quietly on the sofa, and was puzzled. If it was any other time, this little girl would have already pounced on him and rolled around in his arms. The next day, when Fang Yuhan went to work, he reached out to hug Gu Xingyin out of habit. However, she avoided him. Shirley. Fang Yuhan's brows furrowed tightly. He felt that something was very wrong. Gu Xingyin raised its head and meowed at him. Then, it turned over and closed its eyes, making a sleeping posture. Do you want to rest at home? Fang Yuhan immediately guessed what she meant. Gu Xingyin nodded and went forward to lick Fang Yuhan's outstretched finger. Fang Yuhan was still very worried. But he still nodded. Have a good rest. I'll ask Assistant Lu to bring you something to eat at noon. Gu Xingyin pulled itself together and meowed, indicating that it understood. Fang Yuhan went to work worriedly. As soon as he left, Gu Xingyin relaxed and laid down on the sofa. His body hurt. The uncontrollable spiritual energy was rampaging all over his body. It should be about to break through the juvenile stage and enter the adult stage. Gu Xingyin quickly looked around the house. This was not a good place to transform. She endured the pain and jumped off the sofa and walked to the door. The door opened silently in front of her, and the little white figure ran out. Gu Xingyin quickly thought of a place. This city was like a mountain, and there were many quiet places in the suburbs. It was perfect for her. Chapter 1232. Gu Xingyin went downstairs, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she went to the garage. There were quite a few cars in Fang Yuhan's garage. Gu Xingyin wasn't in the mood to study them, so she directly jumped into one of them. She didn't know how she did it. She was just squatting in the seat, but the driverless car actually started moving on its own. On the busy street, no one noticed that the silver-white Ferrari beside them was actually being driven by a little white beast. When they finally left the city, Gu Xingyin's gaze paused. It was as if the driver of this excellent Ferrari had changed gears, and it started to speed along the empty road. Occasionally, there would be one or two passing cars, but they would all stare dumbfoundedly as the Ferrari flashed past them like a bolt of silver lightning, disappearing in an instant. Cool. A young man wearing sunglasses looked on enviously. Gu Xingyin set off towards her destination. The spirit energy in her body was getting more and more out of control. She had to be faster, faster. It wasn't easy for her to find a place with the best spirit energy, so it should be helpful for her transformation. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. Host, the mission objective has deviated from the original plot. Gu Xingyin reluctantly diverted a bit of her attention. What's wrong with An Weiwei? The system's tone was calm. An Weiwei suddenly went crazy. While the servants weren't paying attention, she went to the kitchen to steal a knife. She killed the two servants in charge of watching over her. Gu Xingyin was shocked. She turned to look at the system, her voice full of disbelief. Really? It was no wonder that Gu Xingyin was shocked. An Weiwei could be said to be the youngest mission target she had ever encountered. However, in terms of psychological distortion and bloodthirstiness, she was undoubtedly one of the highest. However, Gu Xingyin never thought that An Weiwei would dare to kill someone. The system reminded her. She's already gone crazy. This result was within the system's calculations. She was tortured by nightmares every day, and she had a guilty conscience. Even a mentally sound adult wouldn't be able to endure it. It would be strange if An Weiwei didn't have any problems. However, the system's purpose in reminding Gu Xingyin was, host, after detection, the mission target is also driving in the direction of the host's destination after killing someone. Gu Xingyin, ignoring the fact that An Weiwei, a teenage girl, knew how to drive, wasn't this coincidence a bit too much? Gu Xingyin knew that during the period of time when a spiritual beast's transformation was, their defenses were extremely weak. In other words, there was a period of time she was defenseless against the outside world. If that was the case, it would be dangerous if she was a lunatic. Gu Xingyin frowned. She should say, as expected of the mission target. She even cause the next moment, she's Lin, her teat, the entire car made a huge S shape on the spot, and the friction between the car and the ground made an ear-piercing sound. The system immediately took over the responsibility of driving. Looking at the host's current state, it was too late to choose a location. Forget it, it would try its best to prevent An Weiwei from discovering the host without being discovered by the world's laws. Under the system's invisible control, the Ferrari almost reached its maximum speed. When the silver-white car finally stopped, An Weiwei, who was still covered in blood, also ran in with a crazed expression on her face from a place not far from here. There are 4 more updates today, before midnight. Mua S. Asking for a vote, a tip, a mua. This world shouldn't end today. It should end tomorrow. Next story, I'm not saying, cold face. Chapter 1233. Gu Xingyin was barely able to maintain a trace of clarity as she ran to the place she had chosen. At first glance, this place looked very ordinary. It was just a small hill full of grass. It couldn't even be called a beautiful scenery. But in Gu Xingyin's eyes, the spiritual energy in the entire mountain was most concentrated in this place. If there were cultivators here, they would be able to see that the spiritual energy here had even formed a faint milky white fog. The spiritual energy had turned into fog, which meant that the concentration of spiritual energy here was at least average. If this place was in the cultivation world, it wouldn't be considered much. But in this world, it was already 1 in a million, at least. Gu Xingyin couldn't find a place in the entire central and southern region that had spiritual energy comparable to this place. Gu Xingyin didn't make any complicated movements. She just lay there quietly, as if she was taking a nap while basking in the sun on a normal day. But at this moment, in the eyes of the only spectator, the system, it could clearly see that the fog-like spiritual energy seemed to be following some predetermined path as it swarmed towards Gu Xingyin's small body. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. A white light flashed on the system's body. An Weiwei was coming this way. At this moment, An Weiwei no longer looked like a delicate young miss. Her hair was dry and messy. There were bloodstains on her wrinkled clothes, and she was still holding a watermelon knife tightly in her hand. The strangest thing was her gaze. It was panicked, nervous, distorted, and carried a trace of madness. This was definitely not the gaze a normal person should have. At this moment, she was walking aimlessly. But in the eyes of the system, it could clearly see that her messy footsteps were slowly approaching Gu Xingyin. The host was now at a critical stage, and An Weiwei was currently in a state where she had lost all rationality. It couldn't let her get close to the host. The white light on the system's body flashed even more urgently. An Weiwei, who was walking forward in a daze, suddenly felt her vision go dark. She stopped in her tracks. Because she realized that she had arrived at a strange place. It was too quiet here. The chirping of insects and birds that were still ringing in her ears just now were all gone. She couldn't even hear her own footsteps. It was also excessively dark here. An Weiwei felt that her eyes had lost their usefulness. This was because everything that she could see had turned into untouchable darkness. An Weiwei, who had been tormented by nightmares for an entire month, suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. A bad premonition surged in her heart, and it turned into a display in the next moment. Suddenly, a bloody figure appeared in the dark void. It was a tabby cat. The skin on its body had already been peeled off, revealing the white meat inside, mixed with bright red blood. The blood on his body was still dripping down. An Weiwei heard this voice clearly. Tick tick, it was the sound of blood splashing on the ground. Then, she saw the eyes of the dead tabby cat start to move. Her resentful gaze locked onto him. The bloody figure in the air walked towards An Weiwei step by step, as if there was a path beneath it. Ah, and Weiwei finally couldn't help but scream. She held the knife tightly in her hand and couldn't help but retreat. Chapter 1234. However, her retreating footsteps were quickly stopped by something. Because her back bumped into something. Clearly, there was nothing behind her. And Weiwei took a deep breath and turned her head. A puppy hung upside down in the air. Its limbs were twisted, and its eyes were dug out. It was staring at An Weiwei with its blood-red and empty eye sockets. Ah! A shrill voice pierced the sky. The system looked at An Weiwei, who was spinning around in panic, and watched her walk away under its guidance. It was relieved. It continued to pay attention to its host's condition. Fang Yuhan had been absent-minded all day. His mind was filled with the image of Shirley's weak appearance this morning. He didn't know how Shirley was doing. His phone suddenly rang. It was Assistant Liu, who he had asked to bring lunch for Shirley. "President, Shirley isn't at home." Assistant Liu's anxious voice came from the phone. "What did you say?" Fang Yuhan suddenly stood up. He didn't bother with the documents on his computer. Instead, he got up and drove home. As soon as he got out of the car, he noticed that one of his cars was missing. The house was very clean. Obviously, a thief hadn't broken in. Fang Yuhan glanced at the room and dialed a number on his phone. "Hello, I need to check." "Yes, Longpan Mountain in the suburbs." "Thank you." Assistant Liu looked at her president in confusion. "You stay here. If Shirley sneaks out to play, remember to call me when she comes back." Assistant Liu nodded and said, "No problem." Fang Yuhan didn't waste any time. He drove straight to the location provided by the other party. Longpan Mountain was such a remote suburb. How did his car end up there? He had many questions in his mind, but none of them were as important as finding Shirley. He didn't even care if he ran a red light. Fang Yuhan felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly by something, and he couldn't breathe. Shirley would be fine. She would be fine. He comforted himself. Such strong and intense emotions had long surpassed the feelings he had for a pet. Fang Yuhan only spent an hour on the 1.5-hour drive to get there. The car stopped outside Longpan Mountain, and he soon saw a familiar silver-white sports car. But there was no one inside. At a time like this, he should have called the police immediately. But for some reason, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. She told him that there was no need to call the police and that he would go into the mountains to find what he was looking for. Fang Yuhan had never had such a strong sixth sense before. He listened to his heart and slowly walked towards that part of his heart. The system, which was paying attention to the host, quickly sensed that someone had arrived. The system felt a little helpless. It knew what its host was thinking, and it was obvious that she didn't want her lover to see anything unnecessary. The system hesitated for a moment, but still decided to try and stop him. It was still the same method he used to stop An Weiwei, an illusion. However, Fang Yuhan, who was under the illusion created by the system, did not seem to see anything. He walked straight towards the direction that was guiding him. Sensing that he was getting closer and closer, the system felt helpless. It looked at its host and said apologetically, "It's not that we didn't do anything. It's just that Uncle Duan is too powerful." "Host, you'd better think about how you're going to explain this." Chapter 1235. As Fang Yuhan walked, he felt that something was wrong. He looked around him. It was clearly an ordinary place, but it strangely made his body and mind light up. It was as if his entire body had been cleansed by something invisible. He did not know that this was because the spirit energy here was so strong that it could be sensed. However, ordinary people did not understand this. They simply felt that the air here was extra fresh, and people would feel very comfortable staying here. For example, some famous natural places were known to have good mountains, water, and air. When tourists went to those places, they could experience a comfort that they could not experience in the city. In fact, it was not the air that made them feel comfortable. What made them feel comfortable was the spirit energy contained in the ancient trees and springs that had been around for thousands of years. Fang Yuhan continued to walk forward until he reached a small hill. He stopped in his tracks. The feeling in his heart grew even stronger. Fang Yuhan seemed to have an answer. He walked towards the hillside in 2 quick steps. As expected, he saw the little white ball lying quietly on the grass on the other side of the hill. The grass was tender and green, and Shirley's small snow-white body looked extra beautiful. Fang Yuhan was about to walk over when he suddenly stopped. He could see Shirley's fluffy tail sweeping from time to time. It seemed that she was fine. It was still the same intuition as before. His intuition told him that he should not disturb Shirley. Fang Yuhan did not understand why his little white dumpling was lying there and basking in the sun, but he still stopped in his tracks. After all, it was this seemingly unreliable intuition that allowed him to find Shirley so easily. Fang Yuhan had no choice but to stop and look at Shirley silently. Seeing that Shirley was safe and sound, Fang Yuhan's heart calmed down. The questions that he had thrown to the back of his mind reappeared in his mind. The car in his garage did not show any signs of being stolen. How did she get here? He had checked the doors and windows before he went out. How did Shirley get out? Also, how did Shirley get here? Why was there no trace of an outsider here? Shirley, just who was she? All these things made Fang Yuhan feel incredulous. He subconsciously looked at Shirley, who was not far in front of him. When he saw it, he was stunned for a moment. Because in his eyes, the little white ball lying on the ground was emitting a white light, just like what was described in a fantasy novel. Fang Yuhan blinked several times to make sure that he wasn't seeing things. But what was even more shocking was yet to come. As the white light dispersed, the small white ball suddenly began to stretch. Slowly, it condensed into the shape of a human. The light gradually dissipated, revealing the figure in front of Fang Yuhan. She had snow-white hair and an exquisite and perfect jade-like face. It was hard to tell what kind of fabric she was wearing, but the shape of her clothes was similar to the wide-sleeved robes worn by humans in ancient times. This fairy-like girl lay defenseless in front of Fang Yuhan. The calmness that Fang Yuhan had always prided himself on had completely disappeared. He felt that his worldview had been impacted. Just now, he had been here, watching helplessly. He watched as a cat turned into a human. Chapter 1236. Before Fang Yuhan could recover from his shock, the girl lying on the ground's long, snow-white eyelashes fluttered gently. It was obvious that she was about to wake up. Fang Yuhan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He became inexplicably nervous as he held his breath and stared unblinkingly at the girl who seemed to be his Shirley. Gu Xingyin slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the clear blue sky. She raised her hand and was satisfied to see that her claws had turned into human palms. She propped herself up with her hands and sat up on the ground. Then, she looked at Fang Yuhan, who was looking at her with a complicated expression. Gu Xingyin. System, come out and explain. The system really did explain. It sent a long string of information directly into Gu Xingyin's mind and admitted that it couldn't stop Fang Yuhan. Gu Xingyin sighed. She had kept it a secret for so long, but he still found out. Fang Yuhan looked at her dark purple eyes, which were similar to Shirley's. For some reason, his heart suddenly calmed down. Shirley. He called out to Gu Xingyin tentatively. Gu Xingyin was silent for a moment before she opened her mouth and meowed. Gu Xingyin. She couldn't help it. God, how embarrassing. Fang Yuhan. It was really strange to see such a big person meowing like a cat. However, Shirley was also cute like this. With this, the sense of unfamiliarity in his heart instantly dissipated. Fang Yuhan reached out his hand to Gu Xingyin and smiled. Come, let's go home. Gu Xingyin did not move. Fang Yuhan's eyebrows twitched, but he still maintained his smile. His right hand was still stretched out in her direction, as if he would never let go until he achieved his goal. Gu Xingyin lowered her eyes. After a long time, she finally raised her head. She walked over to Fang Yuhan and gently placed her hand in his. Fang Yuhan's hand was warm. Gu Xingyin thought. Fang Yuhan was intrigued. He actually took the initiative to reach out and hold someone else's hand. And it was a girl. If he was seen by Assistant Lu, he would definitely show a stupid face again. However, when Fang Yuhan thought about how this was his Shirley, he felt that it was natural. Surely, we've already kissed, hugged, and raised each other up high. What's there to be afraid of? As he thought about it, Fang Yuhan felt his face heat up. When Shirley was still a little white ball, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But now, she had become a human, ahem. Fang Yuhan cleared his throat and interrupted the messy thoughts in his mind. He said to Gu Xingyin, "Surely, you should know that we humans," he pointed at himself. "We all have black hair and black eyes. You look a little." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw that the other party's hair and eyelashes had turned into the same black color as his own, as if by magic. Her face was still as exquisite as before, but she didn't seem to be filled with immortal energy like before. Gu Xingyin turned her head and smiled at him. "Is this okay?" In her eyes, there was a clear and undisguised intimacy. Fang Yuhan suddenly felt his heart soften, as if it was filled with a warm and clear hot spring. Chapter 1237. Fang Yuhan smiled. He reached out and gently stroked Gu Xingyin's soft hair. It was as if he was stroking her hair when she was still a little white ball. "Yes, my Xueli is the prettiest." He held Gu Xingyin's hand and walked back. He still had many questions in his heart, but at this moment, he only wanted to do one thing: hold this girl's hand and bring her home. Ah! The two of them suddenly stopped in their tracks. There was a figure in front of them blocking their way. It was a little girl with messy clothes. Her hair was disheveled, and she walked around aimlessly. "It's her." Fang Yuhan frowned. He still had some impression of An Weiwei. Of course, it wasn't a good impression. If he remembered correctly, this young lady from the An family should have been forcefully imprisoned in the villa by the An family because of her mental illness. Why did she suddenly appear here? Moreover, Fang Yuhan looked at her blood-stained dress and the sharp knife in her hand. Her expression was deranged. No matter how he looked at it, she didn't look like a normal person. At this moment, Fang Yuhan didn't know that An Weiwei's hands were stained with human lives. Could it be that the An family wasn't looking for an excuse? Was An Weiwei really crazy? Looking at her appearance, Fang Yuhan tightened his grip on the hand of the person beside him. He took out his phone and called the police. "Let's go," he said to Gu Xingyin. The two of them took a detour and distanced themselves from An Weiwei. Actually, An Weiwei couldn't see them at all. She was still immersed in her dark world filled with hatred and blood. Fang Yuhan and Gu Xingyin didn't walk slowly. Soon, they left An Weiwei far behind. Then, Gu Xingyin saw the Ferrari that she had driven out of Fang Yuhan's garage in a hurry. She lowered her head guiltily. After witnessing Gu Xingyin's transformation from a beast to a human, Fang Yuhan had a rough idea of how she had left the house and how her car had suddenly arrived at this place. Gu Xingyin knew that he would ask her, but Fang Yuhan did not say anything as he pulled her into his car. Gu Xingyin turned her head to take a look. Finally, she whispered, "That car." The corners of Fang Yuhan's lips curled up slightly. He was clearly in a good mood. "It's fine. I've already made a call. The insurance company will send someone to drive it back." Gu Xingyin opened her mouth but did not say anything. She thought that after such a strange thing happened to her, the other party would definitely ask her about it immediately. She hadn't thought of how to answer him. However, Fang Yuhan didn't take the normal path and didn't ask anything. This made her even more nervous. No one knew what he was thinking. In contrast to her uneasiness, Fang Yuhan was very calm. He even asked her if she wanted to drink some water. Gu Xingyin didn't feel thirsty, so she shook her head and refused. This transformation had consumed a lot of Gu Xingyin's energy. She opened her eyes and looked at the scenery in front of her. As she looked, she felt a little sleepy. She was surrounded by a familiar and reliable aura. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Fang Yuhan, who had been paying attention to her, slowed down the car. Soothing light music also played in the car. He looked at Gu Xingyin, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. Chapter 1238. Gu Xingyin was woken up by Fang Yuhan. She opened her eyes in a daze and looked out of the window. She found that they had arrived at the parking lot downstairs. She was still a little confused. She rubbed her eyes, opened the car door, and walked out. Fang Yuhan naturally held her hand, and the two of them entered the elevator. Gu Xingyin looked at their intertwined hands and whispered, "Isn't it inappropriate for us to do this?" Fang Yuhan knew what she was referring to, but he pretended not to know and asked, "What about us?" Gu Xingyin, this person was definitely not the cold and gentle CEO of the Fang Corporation that she knew. She stretched out her free hand and pointed to their intertwined hands. Fang Yuhan looked at her, and his expression suddenly became lonely. "In the past, Shirley used to lie on my shoulder or in my palm. Now, you don't even want to hold my hand?" Gu Xingyin, I'm speechless. You're a big CEO. Why do you have to make such a bitter expression? But, damn it. I actually fell for it. Hence, Gu Xingyin shut his mouth and did not say another word. Of course, she did not withdraw her hand from his. Fang Yuhan laughed silently in his heart. The elevator soon arrived at the floor where Fang Yuhan's house was located. Fang Yuhan pressed the doorbell. The door was quickly opened. Assistant Lu, who had been waiting at home, immediately asked when he saw him. "Mr. President, have you found Shirley?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Gu Xingyin behind Fang Yuhan. What a beautiful girl. This was Assistant Lu's first thought. He glanced at Gu Xingyin in shock and then looked down. He happened to see his CEO and Gu Xingyin's tightly intertwined hands. Assistant Lu, he rubbed his glasses hard. He was right. His CEO was holding a girl's hand. Before Assistant Lu recovered from this event that refreshed her cognition, she heard the cold voice of her president in her ears. "Have you seen enough? If you have, then let us in." Assistant Lu, only then did he regain his senses and realize that he was alone at the door. As for his CEO and that unbelievably beautiful young lady, he had been keeping them outside the door since just now. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, Assistant Lu jumped up at once. He hurriedly stepped aside to let his boss in. Then, his mind, which had been occupied by shock, finally began to operate freely, and he remembered what he had to do. "By the way, President, how is Shirley?" Assistant Lu followed them and asked. Fang Yuhan turned his head and glanced at Gu Xingyin, who was obediently following beside him. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. "I've already found it." Assistant Lu was relieved and said, "It's good that you found her. Shirley is so beautiful and delicate. If she was targeted by some criminals outside, she would suffer a lot." His tone was sincere, and it was clear that he was truly worried about Shirley. Gu Xingyin felt warm in her heart. She turned to Assistant Lu and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Shirley is fine." Her voice was clear and crisp, like the first cry of a newborn oriole. It was extremely pleasant to the ear. Assistant Lu was first shocked by her appearance, and now he was captivated by her voice. He thought to himself that Fang Yuhan deserved to be his CEO. Fang Yuhan usually looked cold and indifferent. Did he really think that his CEO was not interested in women? Now it seemed that he had set his sights too high. Chapter 1239. Although Assistant Lu had a girlfriend, she still blushed in the face of such a beautiful woman. The next second, he received a warning look from his boss. Assistant Lu, Fang Yuhan was unhappy. Hearing Assistant Lu's nagging to express her care for Shirley, Suyuning looked at Assistant Lu with a much softer look. If he didn't know that Assistant Lu couldn't know Shirley's real identity, he would have jumped up and scolded her. Fang Yuhan felt that Assistant Lu was unnecessary here. He glanced at Assistant Lu and said, "If I remember correctly, you said that you would have a candlelight dinner with your girlfriend tonight." Assistant Lu paused for a moment. Yes, he had planned to have a romantic candlelight dinner with his girlfriend tonight, and then he would have a more beautiful night by the way. However, the boss called him and asked him to come over. Assistant Lu wasn't sure if he could make it back in time. He had already sent a text message to his girlfriend to apologize. She hadn't replied to him until now. Obviously, she was a little angry. Hearing the boss's words, Assistant Lu thought for a while and suddenly understood what the boss meant. Since Shirley was fine, and the boss had brought such a beautiful woman home, wasn't it unnecessary for him to stay here? He raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was 4:00 in the afternoon. He could still make it. Assistant Lu was instantly full of energy and said to Fang Yuhan, "Boss, since Princess Shirley is fine, I'm relieved. I have to go back to the company to sort out some documents. I can't stay here any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, he received a look of approval from his boss. Fang Yuhan said slowly, "For a diligent employee like Assistant Lu, her year-end bonus should be increased." Assistant Lu was overjoyed. Without further delay, he got up and left. Once again, only Gu Xingyin and Fang Yuhan were left in the room. Fang Yuhan slowly leaned forward and looked at Gu Xingyin without blinking. "All right, now that it's quiet and no one is disturbing us, can you explain it to me?" "Surely." Finally, he came. Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief. If Fang Yuhan hadn't asked her, she would have been worried. In fact, ever since she got into the car, she had been thinking about how to break the news to Fang Yuhan. Along the way, she had already made her decision. Gu Xingyin turned to look at Fang Yuhan. Just as she was about to speak, Fang Yuhan spoke first. "I hope you can tell me the truth, Xueli." Gu Xingyin smiled. "I never intended to hide it from you." She began to say that she was a spiritual beast. Her first memory was when she came to this world and was brought back by Fang Yuhan, bit by bit. Other than the final outcome of the spiritual beast, she had told Fang Yuhan everything. However, Fang Yuhan frowned. His intuition told him that Shirley wasn't lying to him. But she was definitely hiding something from him. Intuition was a very mysterious thing. However, both times, his intuition about Shirley had been surprisingly accurate, so Fang Yuhan had no choice but to believe it. He looked at Gu Xingyin, who was sitting opposite him on the sofa, indicating that she had said everything. He said with certainty, "You're still hiding something from me." "Gu Xingyin, how did you know?" She quickly asked the system. Did Fang Yuhan also cheat? Chapter 1240. The system gave a definite negative answer. How could he be so sure? Gu Xingyin looked up and met Fang Yuhan's burning gaze. She sighed and said, "Yes, there's one more thing that I haven't told you." Fang Yuhan listened attentively. Gu Xingyin said, "I can only stay in this world for 3 years. Now, 1 year has passed." Fang Yuhan's body trembled. He said in a hoarse voice, "What do you mean you can only stay for 3 years? Gu Xingyin shook her head. "I don't know. This is what my inherited memory tells me. I'm a creature that doesn't belong to this world." When she said this, she had secretly changed the concept. After all, if one followed her words and thought about it, most people would only think that she might return to her original world in 3 years. She would not die. However, even if she did not die, Fang Yuhan felt that he could not accept the fact that she could only stay by his side for 2 more years. He was silent for a while and said, "Is there no room for negotiation?" Gu Xingyin thought for a while and said, "No." Suppressing the dragon vein was not an easy task. After she exhausted her spiritual power and cultivation, her chances of survival were almost 0. Fang Yuhan did not say anything. The atmosphere in the room was obviously dull. After a long time, just when Gu Xingyin felt that she was about to fall asleep, Fang Yuhan suddenly moved. He got up and walked to Gu Xingyin's side. "Shirley." He bent down and called her. Gu Xingyin looked up at him in confusion. The next moment, her lips were covered by something warm. It was a light kiss. Gu Xingyin looked up at him in shock. What are you doing? Fang Yuhan looked at her warmly. I just thought about it. Since I only have 2 years, I should make good use of it and not leave any regrets in my life. He bent down and supported the sofa behind Gu Xingyin with his hand. Surely. Are you willing to date me? Enveloped by the familiar aura, Gu Xingyin felt a little dizzy. However, she still maintained a trace of clarity. Are you crazy? We won't have any results. Fang Yuhan continued, but I can have memories. Surely, in 2 years, at least when I'm old, I'll have countless beautiful memories. He lowered his eyes and looked at Gu Xingyin. His eyes seemed to be filled with fragmented light. Instead of living in fear for 2 whole years and not being able to get what I wanted. Gu Xingyin's heart wavered. She looked down and asked the system, what do you think I should do now? At this moment, the only person she could confide in was the system. A white light flashed from the system. Host, if you leave this world in 2 years, can you accept your lover falling in love with another woman? Gu Xingyin, although I don't want to admit that I'm selfish, I can't tolerate it. Host, even if you don't agree to be with him, do you think your lover will feel better after you leave, or will he suffer the same pain after you leave? Gu Xingyin. Based on her understanding of the system. It was probably the latter. The system concluded, Host, what do you think you should choose? Gu Xingyin wondered if the system was a spy sent by her lover. However, she couldn't deny that the system's analysis made sense. She thought for a moment and made a decision. Chapter 1241. She raised her head. Fang Yuhan was still in his previous position. The two of them were very close. When she raised her head, she could even feel his breathing. His gaze was calm, as if nothing could make this man show any hesitation. However, only Fang Yuhan himself knew exactly how nervous he was in his heart at that moment. His hand, which was resting on the sofa behind Gu Xingyin, had already sunk deep into the sofa. He used so much force that his knuckles hurt, but Fang Yuhan didn't care. Only this pain could make him feel the reality of the person in front of him. He looked at the person under him as she raised her head and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. His heart suddenly leaped into his throat. He knew that she already had her answer. Then, her face came closer and closer to him. Something warm touched her left cheek gently. He was stunned when he saw the person in front of him smile like a flower. In that case, as you wish. As soon as Gu Xingyin said this, she felt a pair of strong arms wrap around her body. This hug was warm and strong. It gave her a sense of security. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but reach out and wrap her arms around his shoulders. They were so close together that she could clearly feel the man's heartbeat. It was urgent and strong. It showed that he wasn't as calm as he looked. Then, he let go of her. She was pulled up by the man. What are you doing? She was a little confused. Fang Yuhan's face was filled with pure joy and anticipation. Of course, we're doing what couples should do. Gu Xingyin was pulled out of the door. This was the first time for Shirley in this world. It was also the first time for Fang Yuhan. They went to the most famous couple park, watched a tear-jerking emotional movie, and even had a romantic candlelit dinner. The sky was completely dark. The two of them weren't in a hurry. They walked slowly on the overpass in the cool evening wind. Gu Xingyin raised her head. The sky was filled with bright stars. Not far away, there were thousands of lights. Beside her was the man who had always been by her side. Are you cold? Fang Yuhan hurriedly asked when he saw her suddenly stop. Gu Xingyin shook her head. It was just that she had a sudden change of heart. Originally, she had accepted her fate and was prepared to wait for the 2 years to come. Then, she would follow the original plot and use herself to suppress the dragon vein. Then, she would complete the mission of this world and move on to the next world. However, when she saw Fang Yuhan like this, she couldn't bear to part with him. If she left in 2 years, what would happen to him? Would he be alone in this world, waiting for death, or would he be in so much pain that he wished he was dead? Gu Xingyin couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. This man could really do such a thing. She knew that they would meet again. But no matter what happened in the next life, what happened in this life? She couldn't disregard Fang Yuhan's feelings just because the two of them had reunited countless times. Fang Yuhan was different from her. To Fang Yuhan, this life was his everything. She wanted to change. She didn't want to silently walk towards her destiny. The original plot only said that the spiritual beast was needed to suppress the dragon vein. It didn't say that the spiritual beast had to pay with its life. Chapter 1242. Fang Yuhan didn't know what she was thinking. He reached out and held Gu Xingyin's hands. After confirming that she wasn't cold, he breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Xingyin looked at his actions and felt a warmth in her heart. It was as if a warm iron had been applied to her heart. Such a gentle and careful man, how could she bear to let him suffer such a thing? She made up her mind in her heart. "Let's go home," she said. Fang Yuhan nodded and agreed. From that day onwards, Fang Yuhan's family began to change. In fact, there wasn't much difference. However, ever since Assistant Lu came once, he quietly reduced the number of times he came to his boss's house. This was because there were traces of the female owner. If his boss was alone, he could come as he pleased. After all, there was nothing to be worried about as two men. However, if there was a lady boss, he still had to be careful. Thinking of the girl he saw that day, Assistant Lu thought to himself, that girl looks so young. I wonder if she's an adult. As expected of the CEO, he acted so quickly. Gu Xingyin and Fang Yuhan lived their sweet lives. Fang Yuhan had to go to work every day, but Gu Xingyin didn't. She began to go to various legendary places deep in the mountains and forests to see the scenery. She also often went to some famous Buddhist temples and Taoist sects to observe. Fang Yuhan knew that she was different from ordinary humans, so he didn't control her. He only told her to be careful. On this day, Gu Xingyin was listening to a master's lecture in a temple when the system gave her a notification. "Host, the mission target has committed suicide." Gu Xingyin's heart skipped a beat. And Wei Wei hadn't been doing well these days. After they left, Fang Yuhan called the police. The police didn't have to put in much effort to catch An Wei Wei, who was already mentally unstable. Murder was a serious crime. However, An Wei Wei was still underage and her condition didn't seem normal. The police thought that she was pretending to be mentally unstable to avoid being charged, so they hired a professional doctor to examine her. After that, they confirmed that there was indeed something wrong with An Wei Wei's mind. After such a thing happened, the An family was completely disappointed in her. They no longer cared about her and sent her directly to the mental hospital. At most, he would just throw in some money every month and let her fend for herself. It was easy to imagine how life in the mental hospital was like. However, what tormented An Wei Wei the most was not this, but the endless nightmares. As soon as she closed her eyes, the animals she had once killed would drag their bloody bodies to her. Even if they were crazy, they would not let her go. In the end, An Wei Wei was found dead in the ward by the nurse in charge of her early one morning. It was suicide. She somehow tore the sheets apart, tied them together, and hung them from the windowsill. It was said that her death was extremely gruesome. When she died, she was actually smiling. After listening to the system's explanation, Gu Xingyin was silent for a moment before asking, "Did you do it?" The system gave a negative answer. "My illusion lasted until the police caught An Wei Wei." In other words, An Wei Wei's nightmares and the malicious ghosts that she thought were coming for her life were just her own imagination. In the end, she still lost her life because of this. Disasters from the heavens can be avoided, but disasters from one's own doing cannot be avoided. Chapter 1243. A year had passed. There was still half a year left before the incident in the original plot. Fang Yuhan was almost obedient to Gu Xingyin. Since a year ago, he had stopped working overtime. Every day, he would finish his work and go home to accompany Gu Xingyin. The two of them often traveled to various places. Fang Yuhan never avoided letting others know about his relationship. The entire Fang Corporation knew that the CEO had a girlfriend who loved him more than anything else. Everyone in the business circle in City S also knew that the head of the Fang Corporation, who had never been close to women, had fallen in love. Gu Xingyin's appearance had also been seen by others. Those people were amazed by her beauty, but they could not find any information about her in private. They all thought that it was because Fang Yuhan was secretly protecting her. Little did they know that spiritual beasts did not belong to this world. How could they possibly find out anything about them? Those people could not find any information about Gu Xingyin. They only thought that the Fang Corporation was so powerful that they were even more afraid of the Fang Corporation. On this day, Gu Xingyin was playing with a very small seal in her hand. Fang Yuhan looked at it and felt that the seal was very simple. There were mysterious runes engraved on it. It seemed to be a good item. What is this? He took off his suit jacket and loosened his tie. Then, he sat down next to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin did not avoid him. She said, I found this in the mountains. Fang Yuhan did not ask further. He knew some of Shirley's hobbies. Oh right, I plan to take a long vacation. We can go out and have fun, Fang Yuhan said. Long vacation? Gu Xingyin paused. How long do you have? Fang Yuhan's expression did not change as he said, I'm not sure yet. The company's plan for the first half of the year has been completed. We have also just negotiated a cooperation with a foreign company. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term. I can rest for at least a few months. Gu Xingyin sighed. Fang Yuhan put his arm around her shoulder from behind. Didn't you say you were going to see the snow mountain last time? I can go with you. Gu Xingyin broke into a smile and looked very happy. She threw herself into Fang Yuhan's arms and said, Okay, okay. Since you have such a long vacation, let's visit the Great Snow Mountain and then go on a pilgrimage. Fang Yuhan lowered his head and looked at her lovingly. Okay, you can go anywhere you want. I'll accompany you. Gu Xingyin buried her face in Fang Yuhan's chest and slowly stopped smiling. A few months of vacation. How could the person in charge of such a large corporation have so much free time? Moreover, these few months should be half a year, right? This man was really, she couldn't say anything that would dampen his mood. She could only hug him even harder. In a place where Gu Xingyin couldn't see, Fang Yuhan's eyes also became sad. Half a year. There was only half a year left for him and Shirley to spend together. The two of them were well aware of this, but they didn't say it out loud. They both knew, and they cherished each other. When the people in the Fang Corporation knew that their president was going to take such a long break, they all wondered if he was going to get married and go on a honeymoon with his wife. On behalf of all the employees in the secretary's office, Assistant Lu also gave Fang Yuhan their blessings. When Fang Yuhan heard his assistant's words of blessings for the two of them, he simply thanked her. Thank you for your blessings. When I come back, if that day comes, all of you will get a year-end bonus. Chapter 1244. When Assistant Lu heard her boss's words, she left happily. From his point of view, a raise in salary was something that was already set in stone. He decided to tell his colleagues the good news later. However, he did not know that after he left, the smile on his boss's face completely disappeared. Fang Yuhan had never wanted to give his employees a year-end bonus so much. The next moment, his phone rang. The image that lit up on the screen was the image that he had imprinted in the deepest part of his heart. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Surely, after hanging up the phone, he walked home with a relaxed smile. In the last 6 months, he wanted to leave a memory with no regrets between the two of them. In this way, even if Shirley really left this place, he would still be able to keep a little bit of her belongings. The snowy mountains, the sacred places, diving, and even the primeval forests. The two of them were going crazy. For half a year, they walked through all the famous scenic spots, kissed, and took photos. These antiques that had been silent for thousands of years silently witnessed the love between the two of them. Then, the 6 months were up. The two of them tacitly bought plane tickets home. How much longer? Fang Yuhan asked. Gu Xingyin calculated the days. It seemed that there were only a few days left. She shook her head and said, I don't know the exact date. She did not have the heart to tell him. In fact, this was the truth. Because he did not know the exact time, Fang Yuhan still felt lucky. What if there was no such thing? Perhaps Shirley would not leave him. He still did not go to work. The two of them did not tell anyone that they were back, nor did they go anywhere. Fang Yuhan spent every day at home with Gu Xingyin. He did not dare to take his eyes off her. He was afraid that if he blinked, she would disappear. On this day, the two of them hugged each other and watched a movie. Suddenly, they felt a strong vibration. Earthquake? Fang Yuhan quickly got up and pulled Gu Xingyin downstairs. However, the vibration only lasted for a few seconds before it returned to normal. But to be safe, Fang Yuhan still held Gu Xingyin's hand and ran downstairs. Not only them, but many other residents also ran out of their houses. In his panic, Fang Yuhan did not forget to comfort Gu Xingyin. Don't be afraid, Shueli. It's okay. Gu Xingyin gently shook her head, indicating that she was not afraid. Only she knew what had happened. An earthquake of unknown origin swept through half of the country. Fortunately, it did not cause any damage on the surface. The news even used a celebratory tone to report this matter. But everyone rejoiced too early. This was because this earthquake did not damage anything on the surface, but it damaged the terrain of the Dragon Coil mountain range. A perfectly intact dragon vein was forcefully severed from the neck. Nothing was happening right now. But Gu Xingyin knew that floods, droughts, and snowstorms would soon follow. It will slowly happen in this country. By the time some of the government agencies finally started to pay attention to it, a long time had already passed. Furthermore, the dragon vein was broken, and there was no way to undo it. In the original plot, it was because An Weiwei killed the spiritual beast. In this world, this country suffered huge losses because of the dragon vein. That was why Gu Xingyin came to complete the mission and turn the situation around. Chapter 1245. I want to eat hot pot tonight. Gu Xingyin lay lazily on the sofa. Her long snow-white hair slid down the sofa cushion to the ground like a piece of fine silk. Fang Yuhan couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Because Fang Yuhan loved to see her with snow-white hair and purple eyes, Gu Xingyin would remove her disguise when they were alone at home. Okay, I'll go buy some ingredients. Fang Yuhan looked at her lovingly and smiled. Shirley, who was in her human form, leaned lazily on the sofa. Her big eyes were half closed, and her long and curly eyelashes drooped quietly. Seeing that Gu Xingyin had no intention of going with him, Fang Yuhan got up and said, "What a lazy little thing." Gu Xingyin snorted softly to show her dissatisfaction. Fang Yuhan went out. When the tall and straight figure left, the figure who was still half lying on the sofa instantly put away the careless look on his face. All of a sudden, her figure blurred and she disappeared from the room. At the same time, in an extremely secluded mountain, an uninvited guest arrived at a quaint and solemn Taoist temple. As soon as Fang Yuhan arrived at the door with his things, the door automatically opened from the inside. Looking at Gu Xingyin, who was still lazily lying on the sofa, Fang Yuhan said helplessly, "What if someone else came? Wouldn't you give them a fright?" Gu Xingyin glanced at him lazily and said, "If it were someone else, I wouldn't open the door for them." Fang Yuhan was speechless. Well, when it came to bickering, he had never won against her. He smiled resignedly and went to the kitchen to wash the ingredients. Gu Xingyin quietly watched his back. She didn't look away when he walked around the living room and entered the kitchen. It was as if she could still see him through the wall. She didn't help because this man had always treated her like the delicate and fragile little Princess Shirley. He didn't let her touch these things at all. Even though she had been in human form for 2 years, even though Fang Yuhan knew that she was much stronger than he had imagined. However, he was still willing to take care of her and not let her be burdened by the hardships of life. The soup for the hot pot had been prepared a long time ago, so it did not take Fang Yuhan long to prepare it. The two of them happily finished their dinner and went for a walk. Finally, they snuggled up together and watched a movie. After a while, Gu Xingyin said that she was sleepy. Fang Yuhan looked at her in amusement. Although she had turned into a human, Shirley still maintained the habits of a psychic beast, and sleepiness was one of them. He had teased her about this matter before, but Gu Xingyin refuted him confidently. She was still in the growth stage. For spiritual beasts that had yet to reach adulthood, there was nothing more important than sleeping. Because of this sentence, during the 2 years that she had been in her human form, the two of them had slept on the same bed. However, Fang Yuhan had never done anything to her that he shouldn't have done. She was not an adult yet, so Fang Yuhan did not want to hurt her. Fang Yuhan was almost obedient to her. Gu Xingyin said that she was sleepy. Okay, Fang Yuhan did not say anything else. The two of them turned off the TV, washed up, and went to sleep. Fang Yuhan felt extra sleepy tonight. Not long after he got on the bed, his consciousness fell into a deep, dark dream. In the dream, he was wearing a well-ironed groom's suit and presenting the ring in his hand to the well-dressed bride beside him. Chapter 1246. Gu Xingyin sat up and quietly looked at the man with peaceful eyes in the dark. His expression was relaxed, and it was obvious that he was having a pleasant dream. She gently leaned over and planted a kiss on the corner of his lips. I hope everything goes well. She was like a gust of wind, suddenly disappearing from this room filled with the aura of the two people. At this time, the cold stars and the cold moon were hanging high in the sky, and a white figure stood on the high mountain peak. Such a scene, in the eyes of outsiders, might seem like a young man who claimed to be artistic climbed up the mountain in the middle of the night to wait for the sunrise. Gu Xingyin stood on the highest peak of the Dragon Coil mountain range and looked down at the surrounding terrain. The mountains were steep, and they were tightly connected to each other, forming the largest mountain range in the world. This was a natural wonder, but somewhere, it felt a little out of place. Yes, out of place. Ordinary people couldn't see the knack of it, and would only feel that it didn't look as natural and comfortable as other places. But in Gu Xingyin's eyes, the scene presented was completely different. Her dark purple eyes seemed to be covered with a faint layer of mist, and the mountain range in front of her was clearly a huge dragon that stretched for tens of thousands of feet. But this huge dragon, which was supposed to be mighty and domineering, looked very dispirited at this time. The huge dragon head fell to the ground with a thud, and it had completely lost its former fierceness. Under its dragon head, there was an extremely wide crack that was visible to the naked eye. It cut down from the inside to the outside, almost cutting off the entire dragon's head and body. It was a ghastly sight. This dragon vein that had protected this country for hundreds of years had suffered the greatest damage since it was born. The dragon vein was connected to the country's fate. Now that the dragon vein had suffered such a damage, it was imaginable what kind of great damage this country would suffer in the future. Gu Xingyin withdrew her gaze. She remembered the man who was sleeping soundly in bed before she set off. In the past 2 years, she had been preparing for both sides. But after all, she didn't have the confidence to guarantee that she would come back, so she hadn't told him. Her body began to emit a faint white light. The radiance dissipated in the air like specks of fireflies. It was very beautiful. The light drifted away from Gu Xingyin's body, but it didn't disappear into the air. Instead, it seemed to be guided by something and drifted toward the dying dragon vein, sinking into the wound on its neck. The dragon vein seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly opened its eyes that were shining with golden light and looked at Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin smiled at her, and the radiance on her body became even more intense. The light was her cultivation, her body, and her true spirit. Using his body to suppress them. It was a complete sacrifice. Slowly, Gu Xingyin's body became a little blurry, and the light became more and more, brighter and brighter. If Gu Xingyin could still see, she would discover that the wound on the dragon's body had begun to heal slowly. Its withered eyes were also glowing with a new light. She couldn't maintain her human form anymore. The small ball of white light on the top of the mountain overshadowed the cold moonlight in the sky and became the only light on the top of the mountain. A gust of wind blew. The small ball of light seemed to be startled. It suddenly shattered and silently dissipated in the air. No one knew. Chapter 1247. Fang Yuhan woke up with a smile on his face. This dream could be said to be the greatest wish of his life. No, it was so sweet that he didn't even dare to think about it. Out of habit, he reached out to touch his side. His hands were cold. Fang Yuhan, who was still in a daze, immediately woke up. He opened his eyes, sat up, and stared blankly at the empty space beside him. Without hesitation, he got up and opened the door. There was no one in the living room, the sink, or the bathroom. He couldn't find that person anywhere. His heart began to ache as if it was being strangled by an invisible existence. Fang Yuhan forced himself to calm down. He took out his phone and dialed a number. A familiar ringtone sounded from his room. He walked into the room happily, but all he saw was a lonely phone lying under his pillow. The blood in his body seemed to freeze at that moment. It was already dawn outside, and the morning sun was refracting through the window. However, Fang Yuhan felt as if he had fallen into a cold darkness, and he could no longer be saved. Last night's dream was so beautiful, but when he woke up, reality was so cold. Fang Yuhan stood there expressionlessly as if he had suddenly lost his target. He didn't know what to do at this time. He just stood there in a daze as if he had lost his life. A familiar voice sounded from the room. Yuhan, by the time you hear this, I should have returned to my own world. Fang Yuhan immediately came back to his senses and quickly grabbed the phone under his pillow. Shirley's voice was automatically played from the phone. I didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. But don't be too sad. I've found a way to return to your side, but it's a little difficult. It might take a little longer. You must wait for me. One day, Shirley will return to your side. When the time comes, I hope to have a grand wedding with Yuhan. The voice message ended. Fang Yuhan looked at the screen that lit up and then went dark again. Gradually, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart because of her words. Would she come back? With trembling hands, he repeated the words over and over again. For 2 whole days, he did nothing but lie in bed and listen to Gu Xingyin's words on his phone. 2 days later, he got up, dressed neatly, shaved, and went to the barber's shop to fix his hair. Then, he drove to work with a cold expression. It was no different from before. No, there were still some. Everyone in the Fang Corporation felt that their CEO had become colder than before. In the past, the CEO only looked cold. But now, standing beside him, she felt like she was going to get frostbitten. Unlike others, Assistant Lu, who had the most contact with Fang Yuhan, was a little worried. He knew that the CEO had a lover whom he treasured like a treasure. The CEO had even taken half a year off in order to travel with her. Assistant Lu thought they were going to get married. However, half a year later, when the CEO reappeared, the young lady was no longer by his side. Then, he thought about the drastic change in his CEO's temperament. Assistant Lu had to think more. Did they break up because of a conflict? But looking at the CEO's expression, it was obvious that he was deeply in love with that young lady and would grant her every request. Which woman wouldn't like such a fine and expressive man? Then, Assistant Lu thought of a more terrible possibility. Chapter 1248. Since the president became like this, was it possible that the young lady had already? Assistant Lu took a deep breath. He was shocked by his own conjecture, but he vaguely felt that this was more likely to be the truth than a breakup. He carefully opened the door of the president's office and looked at the president, who was sitting in front of the computer, concentrating on the company's affairs. He wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to ask. In the end, Fang Yuhan's gaze shifted from the screen. He asked faintly, "What can I do for you?" Assistant Lu panicked. He stared at the president's oppressive eyes and asked, "Why haven't I seen Shirley recently?" After saying this, Assistant Lu felt great. Look at how witty I am. But at that moment, he felt that the president's aura became colder. Assistant Lu felt that the president raised his head and stared at him coldly. Then the president said coldly, "Shirley is sick. I won't take her out for a while." As soon as he heard that Shirley was sick, Assistant Lu immediately became nervous. He hurriedly asked, "Is Shirley sick? Is it serious? Can I go and see her?" Fang Yuhan's expression remained cold. "No need. I'll bring her out when she recovers." Assistant Lu sighed regretfully, but he knew that the president was a man of his word. If the president said that he couldn't see Shirley, he couldn't even enter the door. After work, he went home and opened the door. The room was cold and silent. Fang Yuhan turned on the light, and the whole house was empty. Before he met Shirley, he had never felt like this. After he met Shirley, the whole house was full of vitality. Only after she left did he know what despair was. He slowly sat down on the sofa. He relaxed himself and nestled on the sofa in a very comfortable position. This was Shirley's favorite position. He pretended that she was still by his side. He didn't want to eat or move. He closed his eyes and fell into a dream on the sofa, which still had Shirley's scent. Only in dreams could he have a moment of peace and joy. A month had passed. He was not afraid of waiting. As long as Shirley could come back, what was a month? Even if he had to wait for a year or 10 years. As long as she could come back. As long as he was still alive. He could continue to wait. He had once wondered if Shirley was lying to him. She was never going to come back, but she was lying to him that she would. But as soon as such a thought appeared, he subconsciously extinguished it. Shirley wouldn't lie to her. Since she had promised him, she would definitely come back. Another 2 months passed. The employees of the Fang Corporation were already used to their CEO's indifference. They went from trembling in fear to being used to it. Anyway, as long as she worked hard, the CEO would only be a little cold and would not make trouble for no reason. One day, Fang Yuhan was about to get off work when his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Mr. Fang." "I am, and you are?" "Hello, Mr. Fang, I'm Fengxing Express. Here is a package for you. Is it convenient for you to sign for it?" Fang Yuhan frowned. He hadn't bought anything on the internet. "You've got the wrong person." The courier paused for a moment, then read out his address and phone number word by word. Fang Yuhan's heart skipped a beat. This was his private number, and not many people knew about it. Who would send him something? Chapter 1249. Fang Yuhan drove home. At the door of his house, he saw a delivery man in a uniform. The residents who lived in this area were either rich or powerful, and the package was insured. The delivery man didn't dare to leave the package casually. If it was really something valuable, he might not be able to afford it with a year's salary. "Thank you." Fang Yuhan glanced at the package. It was indeed addressed to him. He gave the delivery man an extra tip, and the delivery man left happily. When he opened the door, Fang Yuhan didn't feel sad immediately. Instead, he focused on the package in his hand. He was a little nervous, and an inexplicable sense of anticipation lingered in his heart. Fang Yuhan carefully cut the package with scissors and slowly opened the huge cardboard box with both hands. The contents of the box caught his eye. With one glance, Fang Yuhan felt as if something was blocking his eyes. The little white ball that he was so familiar with was caught off guard and crashed into his eyes. Fang Yuhan's hands trembled. He slowly reached his hand in and carefully held her out. "Shirley." He called out softly. The little white ball looked at him curiously with her big, dark purple eyes. There was curiosity and intimacy in her eyes, but there was no admiration that he was familiar with. This familiar yet unfamiliar surely made Fang Yuhan's excited heart instantly turn cold. At this moment, he noticed that there was a letter in the alley. Fang Yuhan held the confused Shirley in one hand and picked up the letter with the other. He opened it. There was beautiful calligraphy inside, and it explained some things in detail. It was completely different from what Shirley had told him. She didn't return to her own world. Instead, she went to save countless people in this country, back a few months ago. Gu Xingyin came alone to a Taoist temple that was isolated from the rest of the world. She used the seal in her hand in exchange for all the cultivation of the 3 respected elders in the Taoist temple. I want to live. After explaining her intentions, she said this to them. The person in front of them might lose her life in order to save the entire country. In her hand, she held the seal that had been lost for thousands of years. The 3 elders had no way of refusing either of these 2 requests. What Gu Xingyin meant was that the moment her true spirit was annihilated, the 3 elders would sacrifice all of their cultivation to perform a ritual for her and snatch that slim chance of survival from the jaws of death. This was a very risky approach. In the end, it was very likely that the 3 elders would lose their cultivation and Gu Xingyin would not be able to come back to life. However, they didn't expect that the dragon vein, which had received great kindness from Gu Xingyin, would open its mouth and let out a deafening dragon roar in the instant that Gu Xingyin's true spirit was annihilated. At that moment, many people in Jingdo heard the sound of rolling thunder in their sleep. The dragon vein acted and protected the last bit of Gu Xingyin's true spirit. After that, Gu Xingyin's true spirit began to cultivate under the protection of the dragon vein. The dragon vein was the place with the densest spiritual energy and providence in the entire country. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating for a year. However, the dragon vein was favored by the heavenly Tao. If it wasn't willing, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, they wouldn't dare to forcefully snatch it. The resentment of hundreds of millions of people wasn't something that a single cultivator could bear. Even so, Gu Xingyin stayed in the dragon vein for a full 3 months before she managed to cultivate her true body again. Chapter 1250. However, she had only returned to her true body. The dissipation of one's true spirit was a very serious matter. Gu Xingyin, who had regained her life, had completely forgotten her past. Her personality was similar to that of an uncivilized little beast. The 3 elders of the Taoist temple personally came to take Gu Xingyin back. According to their previous agreement, they wrote down the ins and outs of the entire incident and sent it to Fang Yuhan, along with Gu Xingyin. Fang Yuhan silently read the entire letter. He was angry and heartbroken. She was clearly a child, a little beast that had yet to reach adulthood, yet she had to bear such a huge responsibility. She even lied to him and said that she was going back. Did she not think about what would happen if she didn't come back and was left alone? Was she going to wait here foolishly for someone who would never come back? Fang Yuhan's eyes were about to burst into flames as he stared at the little white ball in his hand. He was so angry that he wanted to hit her twice. However, the little white ball, who had lost her memories, could not understand his feelings. She simply opened her big eyes and looked curiously at the human in front of her. This human had a very familiar aura. She couldn't help but want to get closer to him. Looking at the little white ball who wanted to stick to him, the anger in Fang Yuhan's heart completely turned into a puddle of spring water. His hands had already uncontrollably lifted her body and smoothed her fur very naturally. The little beast in his hand hummed as if she was very comfortable. From time to time, she would swing her furry tail as if to express her satisfaction. She was really a little sin sent by the heavens to torture him. Fang Yuhan thought to himself. However, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Even if it was a sin, it belonged to him alone. A sweet sin. The system silently stood to the side and looked at the man and the beast. The host had chosen her own path this time. In order to comply with the heavens, the system could not make an exception and wake the host up. It could only wait for the host to recover her memories in this life. She might return to normal tomorrow after sleeping. It was also possible that she could only be like this for the rest of her life. The employees of the Fong Corporation felt that spring had arrived. The president became inexplicably gentle again. When Assistant Lu went to work in the morning, she met Fang Yuhan, who happened to come to work. She greeted him as usual. Such a greeting was usually met with a cold nod. However, this time, Fang Yuhan actually smiled and said, "Good morning." Assistant Lu, he hurriedly looked at the sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window. It's normal. The sun rises from the east. Fang Yuhan looked at his stupid assistant and sneered in disdain. He did not want to talk to him at all. There was a rustling sound in his pocket. It seemed that the little guy had woken up. Sitting alone in the office, Fang Yuhan placed Shirley in his pocket on the sofa and got up to open the window. Outside was a bright blue sky, and the warm sunlight shone on their bodies, making them feel comfortable and couldn't help but smile. On the sofa cushion was the person he loved the most in his life. Even if she could never become a human again, Fang Yuhan would not mind. He was already satisfied that the heavens had sent her to his side once again. When Fang Yuhan turned around, he was stunned. The man, who had always been calm and composed, looked at the white-haired woman on the sofa. After being stunned for a moment, tears fell from his eyes. Gu Xingyin looked at him with a smile. "Yuhan, I'm back." Chapter 1251. The president was getting married. All the employees of the Fong Corporation received the news. Everyone was happy. Why? Because the president said that everyone would get a year-end bonus. While everyone was happy, Assistant Lu was also very happy. However, while he was happy, he also had a small doubt in his heart. Previously, the president and his wife. Yes, at this time, the president's wife was already the president's wife. The two of them went out to have fun, but only the president came back. And from then on, the CEO rose from a freezer to a moving iceberg. He once wondered if the president's wife had an accident. Now, a few months had passed, and the president's wife was back. So, the president was once again under her care. So, the president and his wife must have had a conflict at that time, right? When he told his girlfriend about his guess, she gave him a look of disdain. "So, what does this have to do with you?" Assistant Lu was stunned. Yes, thinking so much, what did this have to do with him? Assistant Lu, who was suddenly enlightened, happily received an invitation from his boss and took his girlfriend to the wedding banquet. Fang Yuhan was very attentive to this wedding. From the location and environment to the decorations of the priest, he personally asked about everything, big or small. He had promised Shirley that when she came back, he would definitely prepare a grand wedding for her. He would do his best to give her the most perfect wedding. Without a doubt, such a wedding was very rare, even in the recognized upper-class circle. Many people talked about it, saying that the head of the Fong Corporation must love his wife very much. From the wedding, one could tell if a man was very attentive to his wife. Fang Yuhan had prepared this wedding with his heart, not to mention his heart. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had prepared it with his heart. Gu Xingyin's wedding dress was specially designed for the royal family of Country Y. A master designer had tailor-made it for her at a cost of tens of millions. Not to mention the other small diamonds on the crown on her head, the sapphire in the center of the crown alone was worth 9 figures. It was said that President Fong had spent all his fortune on his wife. Many guests at the wedding said that it was not worth it. However, most of the noblewomen were secretly envious of the breathtakingly beautiful bride on the high platform. To be able to receive such wholehearted love from her husband, as a woman, this Madame Fong was enough to receive the envy of most women. Fang Yuhan held Gu Xingyin's hand, and the two of them walked up to the priest. Under the witness of the gods and all the guests, they became husband and wife. From then on, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, or the passage of time, they would be one, sharing honor and disgrace, loving each other until they grew old. Fang Yuhan gently slipped the ring on Gu Xingyin's middle finger. The guests present burst into warm applause. Fang Yuhan gently wrapped his arm around Gu Xingyin's waist and leaned over to kiss her lips. Today, the person I love the most in my life finally belongs to me. Today, the greatest wish of my life has been perfectly realized. Thank the heavens for bestowing upon me such a unique treasure. Chapter 1252. Gu Xingyin and Fang Yuhan lived a happy life, even though they never had a child. After all, Gu Xingyin's body was left with irreparable damage. For example, her lifespan was limited. For example, she could not conceive. However, these were nothing to Fang Yuhan. As long as she was by his side, nothing else mattered. For Gu Xingyin, having children was a matter of convenience. Mortals had children because they needed to pass down their legacies. She was essentially an immortal existence. Unlike some intelligent creatures, she was not obsessed with the continuation of her descendants. As for her lifespan, she did not care about it. If her lifespan was shorter, she could die with Fang Yuhan. For her, it was much better than being alone in this world. After this world ended, Gu Xingyin quickly started the next world's mission. When she woke up, she was lying comfortably in a huge hot spring with her eyes closed. Someone was rubbing her back gently from behind. Gu Xingyin did not open her eyes. Instead, she began to receive the memories of this world. Princess Yongle, Su Baochan, was the only sister of Emperor Longqing. She was the youngest daughter of the Empress Dowager. When she was born, Emperor Longqing, who was still the crown prince, had already had a son. The late emperor and the Empress Dowager loved their daughter. Emperor Longqing also paid close attention to his younger sister, who was younger than his son. Since she was young, Princess Yongle had been able to do whatever she wanted in the imperial harem. After the late emperor passed away, her brother ascended the throne. After her mother became the Empress Dowager, she became even more powerful. She was the only sister of the emperor, the beloved daughter of the Empress Dowager, and the emperor personally conferred her the title of Princess Royal. In the entire imperial harem, except for the Empress Dowager, even the empress had to curry favor with this precious sister-in-law. In terms of nobility, Princess Yongle, Su Baochan, was the pinnacle of women. In terms of beauty, the Su royal family had always been known for their beauty. Su Baochan was a rare beauty among beauties. The dazzling Princess Royal was someone all the noble ladies in the Qing kingdom wanted to curry favor with. As for those noble families, all of them secretly warned their direct descendants to know how to win the favor of the eldest princess. In this dynasty, there was no such thing as a son-in-law not being able to enter the court. If anyone was lucky enough to marry the eldest princess, even if he was an idiot, the emperor would give him a noble status for the sake of his sister. Eldest Princess Yongle had naturally developed an arrogant personality under such an environment and pampering. However, being arrogant and willful was one thing, but she had the capital to do so. At least, after reading the memories of the original Gu Xingyin, he knew that although Su Baochan was a little arrogant, she wasn't a bad person and wouldn't do anything to harm others. Moreover, in the original world, the Tianlong dynasty, which was the neighbor of the Qing dynasty, sent an envoy to ask for the hand of their emperor. The other party was the emperor of a country. Naturally, the Qing kingdom could not casually use the daughter of an official to brush him off. However, the princesses of the current dynasty had already been married off. The only one left was the 17-year-old eldest Princess Yongle. Eldest Princess Yongle could refuse. Emperor Longqing also couldn't bear to part with his sister, who was more important than his own daughter. However, eldest Princess Yongle knew that being on good terms with the Tianlong dynasty was a very good thing for the Qing kingdom. Chapter 1253. The Qing kingdom valued agriculture, but the Tianlong dynasty valued martial arts. In the whole continent, the Sky Dragon dynasty was the strongest, and their weapons were also the most advanced. The messenger of the Tianlong dynasty once said that if the Qing kingdom was willing to be on good terms with the Tianlong dynasty, they would give the most advanced weapons as a betrothal gift. The Tianlong dynasty was very sincere. The eldest Princess Yongle knew the significance of these drawings. They could even improve the Qing kingdom's martial arts. She knelt in front of her brother without hesitation, expressing her willingness to go to the Qing kingdom. Emperor Long Qing was an emperor after all. In front of his country, no matter how much he favored his sister, she was inferior. Half a year later, the eldest Princess Yongle set off for the Tianlong dynasty with a large group of people. She married into another country, but brought priceless treasures to her own country. The eldest Princess Yongle became a figure praised by everyone in the Qing kingdom. Even the history books wrote about her. The legendary Princess Yongle. However, there was a deviation in history at some point. When the favored princes and princesses of the Su royal family were about 10 years old, the royal family would prepare their own secret guards. There were also doubles. These doubles were children who looked similar to the princes and princesses. From the age of 10, they were made to learn the habits and manners of their masters. Every day, they were molded and given medicine. After a few years, they would become the shadows of their masters. If the two of them stood together without making a sound, even the people closest to them would not be able to tell who was who. Su Baochan had a double like this. The double's name was Ying Qi. He had been with her for 7 years. The purpose of these doubles was to protect their masters when they were about to go somewhere they did not want to go or when they were in danger. These doubles had been brainwashed since they were young. The only thought in their minds was that they were the masters. But Ying Qi was different. While Su Baochan and no one else were aware of it, she had a different thought in her mind. She was jealous of Su Baochan. She clearly had the same appearance and figure as Su Baochan. But Su Baochan was the high and mighty princess, while she was just a double who lived in the shadows. One day, she might die for her master. Why? She felt that her chance had come because of the eldest Princess Yongle's marriage. If they were in the capital, she wouldn't have dared to make a move. Although she thought she was very similar to Su Baochan, this was Princess Royal Yongle's home after all. There were too many people who knew her. If she was not careful, she might be exposed. However, going to the Tianlong dynasty for a political marriage was different. At that time, he just had to think of a way to get rid of the eldest princess' personal servants and replace them with his own people. The people of the Sky Dragon dynasty wouldn't know what the real eldest Princess Yongle was like. Who would suspect that she had been swapped? The more Ying Qi thought about it, the more he felt this idea was feasible. When eldest Princess Yongle was ready to set off, Ying Qi attacked. No one knew that it wasn't eldest Princess Yongle herself under the luxurious clothes. But the Emperor of the Sky Dragon dynasty knew. The moment he saw Ying Qi, he knew that she wasn't the real eldest Princess Yongle. Ying Qi naturally didn't dare say that it was him who dared to kill the real Princess Royal. The Emperor of Tianlong thought that the Qing dynasty had substituted a peach for a peach and killed the fake substitute in anger. They headed straight for the Qing army. And Emperor Long Qing thought that the Tianlong dynasty had broken the agreement and killed his own sister. Naturally, he couldn't take it lying down. They were all the top countries on the continent. The two sides had been at war for several years, and the other countries on the continent were swept in as well. After 8 years of war, the two sides couldn't take any more losses and reconciled. But after this battle, countless people on the continent were injured and starved. The vitality of the country was greatly damaged. Chapter 1254. Gu Xingyin let out a sigh of relief. In the original plot, there was a huge misunderstanding between the Qing kingdom and the Tianlong dynasty. Presumably, that substitute Ying Qi never thought that his little selfish jealousy would lead to such serious consequences, right? System, why would the emperor of the Tianlong dynasty know that Ying Qi is not the real Princess Yongle? Gu Xingyin asked curiously. Logically speaking, the two of them should have never met before. The system flashed, it is not revealed in the plot. The host needs to find out on her own. Gu Xingyin was silent. Alright, then I'll draw the skill. Yes, host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blood Clan's immortality skill. Immortality skill? Gu Xingyin was confused. The The system explained, yes, host. The immortality skill means that the host has the same skill as the blood clan. As long as the blood in the body does not dry up, no matter how injured you are, you can slowly recover and recover. In other words, it means that I have an immortality aura? Yes, host. However, the natural aging of the body does not count. Gu Xingyin nodded, I understand. She was quite satisfied with the skill in this world. After all, even though eldest Princess Yongle had a noble status, she was a weak and delicate girl. Who knew what would happen to her? With this immortality skill, it could be said that she had gained a huge trump card. Gu Xingyin raised her arm and looked at it. The hot spring water was smooth and creamy. Although she did not know what Princess Yongle looked like, her soft and smooth skin was enough to make most girls blush. Enough, she said calmly. Behind her, he stopped massaging her. When she got up from the hot spring, a maid immediately covered her with a soft towel and gently dried the water droplets on her body. Gu Xingyin changed her clothes with the help of a maidservant and lay down on the soft couch beside the hot spring pool. The maidservant half knelt beside her and helped her dry her hair. Ying-chi! Gu Xingyin suddenly called out. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the couch. This elusive movement was enough to show that this woman had extraordinary martial arts skills. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes and carefully observed Ying-chi's appearance. According to the plot, Ying-chi looked exactly like elder Princess Yongle, so Gu Xingyin believed that elder Princess Yongle was the most beautiful woman in the Su royal family. It was indeed beautiful. Beautiful but not bewitching, gorgeous but not extraordinary. This woman was only kneeling on the ground with her head slightly lowered without any expression, but she could still make men in the world hold treasures in their hands, just to make her lower her eyes to look at them. Ying-chi, how long have you been with me? Ying-chi's heart went cold, not knowing why Her Royal Highness had asked him such a question. Your Highness, it has been exactly 7 years. 7 years. Gu Xingyin sighed and said faintly, being branded with another person's shadow and losing yourself, it must have been hard on you these past few years. She had only spoken such a simple sentence, but Ying-chi felt his skin tighten at this moment. Had his thoughts been discovered by Her Royal Highness? No, that was impossible. She had concealed it very well. Chapter 1255. Ying-chi bowed her head heavily to the ground. It is Ying-chi's honor to be able to share the eldest princess burdens. This time, her forehead hit the white jade floor and made a clear sound. Gu Xingyin felt a headache just listening to her. But the words that needed to be said still had to be said. Ying-chi, I'll set you free, how about it? Ying-chi suddenly raised her head. Gu Xingyin didn't mind her offense and just continued, leave this place and find a small town where no one knows you and live your own life. You don't need to live for others anymore. Ying-chi was silent. She was moved. It was impossible to say she wasn't moved. Only those who had been a substitute would know how hopeless it was to do so. Always hiding in the shadows of others, others couldn't see you, didn't know you, and wouldn't remember you. Living in this world, there wasn't even a witness. Never to see the light of day. Moreover, in order to maintain the same appearance as their master, they needed to secretly train day after day and take medicine. That kind of thing, if used for a long time, would definitely have an impact on the body. At least according to Ying-chi's understanding, no substitute had ever lived past the age of heaven's will. If it was before, knowing that she could regain her freedom, Ying-chi wouldn't have hesitated to agree. But now, in her eyes was Gu Xingyin's elegant side profile. Even if she had just come out of a bath and didn't have any luxurious accessories on her body, just sitting here, she was so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off her. After following eldest Princess Yongle for 7 years, she naturally knew how luxurious and exquisite the other's life was. Every day, eldest Princess Yongle had to apply the palace's secret congealed cream to her body twice, which was why her skin was whiter and smoother than a newborn baby's. The eldest princess's black hair was as smooth as ink and there were 2 palace maids responsible for taking care of it. The eldest princess only drank flower tea made from frosted flower buds. Ingqi lowered her eyes. As eldest Princess Yongla's substitute, she was naturally carefully raised. Although she couldn't compare to the eldest princess, she was still much more precious than the average noble lady. If she were to leave, what else would she be able to enjoy? Having gone out with the eldest princess before, Ingqi had seen many women with sallow skin, rough hands, and loud voices. Poverty had erased their feminine beauty, and their manners were crude and rude. If she went out, would she also become like them? Ingqi had already made a decision in his heart. Reporting to Your Highness Grand Princess, Ingqi is willing to share Your Highness's burdens for a lifetime. She heard her own voice. Then, she heard the person above her laugh mysteriously. You may leave. Ingqi left as quietly as he had come. Gu Xingyin waved her hand behind her. I'm tired. I'll rest for a while. All of you, go down. Don't leave anyone here. Not only did he mean those on the surface, but he also meant those in the dark. The maidservants quietly retreated. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes and thought about Ingqi's words. She had given the other party a chance to choose, but it was obvious Ingqi didn't want it. She had thought that Ingqi had become disloyal after eldest Princess Yongla's marriage, but now it seemed, his wild ambitions had been buried long ago. Chapter 1256. Gu Xingyin reached out and gently pressed down on a spot on the bed. A secret compartment appeared under the pillow. She looked over it and saw that there were all kinds of small things inside. He reached out and took out a small white porcelain bottle. He opened it and poured out the bright red pills inside. Gu Xingyin placed it at the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently. A fragrant smell wafted out. This was the method the Su royal family used to control these hidden guards. Every 3 months, the hidden guards would have to go to their master to get a bottle of antidote. Moreover, each member of the royal family would not have the same antidote. In other words, even if they wanted to betray their master, they would not be able to. Gu Xingyin put the bottle back and the pillow returned to normal as she slowly laid down. The reason why Ingqi did not dare to make a move was not only because there were too many people in the capital familiar with eldest Princess Yongla, but also because of this. Perhaps it was because when eldest Princess Yongla went out for the political marriage, her arrangements were not as secretive as in the capital, giving Ingqi an opportunity. But for sure, since Ingqi dared to make a move on eldest Princess Yongla, she definitely knew how to get the antidote. Gu Xingyin thought in a daze. Waves of tiredness came over her and she fell asleep while leaning against him. Then she was woken up by the system. Host, someone is coming. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes and looked around the hall. She did not see anyone. In the hot spring. The system told her. Gu Xingyin looked down at the calm surface of the hot spring and felt admiration for the person who came. How did he do it without causing any splash when a living person jumped into the water? Did he come for eldest Princess Yongla? The system said, shouldn't be. I only saw that he was being chased and came here in a hurry. Gu Xingyin raised her brows. This was a side palace outside the capital. It was specially built for the youngest daughter of the previous emperor when he was still here. Because eldest Princess Yongla liked peach blossoms, there were countless peach trees planted in the side palace. It was spring now. Princess Royal Yongla thought that the peach blossoms in her side palace had bloomed, so she came to stay here for a few days. The guards in the side palace were naturally not as good as those in the imperial palace, but they were not something that ordinary people could compare to. To be able to hide from the eyes and ears of the palace guards and enter her palace, this person's ability was not small. Gu Xingyin was about to call someone over without hesitation. That person didn't make any moves, but who knew if he would make a move on him later? She wasn't willing to hand over the initiative to someone else. But the system stopped her. Host, you can't touch that person. Gu Xingyin was puzzled. What's wrong? You know him. The system replied, this person is the future emperor of the Sky Dragon dynasty. Gu Xingyin, she was a little surprised. If she remembered correctly, the current emperor of Tianlong had just passed away, and the first prince, Long Shao, who was leading troops outside, had ascended the throne. Then, why would the first prince, who was about to become the new emperor of the Sky Dragon dynasty, appear in the faraway Qing kingdom? But, she remembered that in the original plot, eldest Princess Yongla met an injured man in the side palace. She didn't know that the man was the future emperor of Tianlong, but Long Shao knew her identity. This could explain why Long Shao knew eldest Princess Yongla. Chapter 1257. Thinking about the system's words, Gu Xingyin almost instantly imagined a great drama in the royal family, where the first prince, who had yet to ascend to the throne, would be assassinated on the road in order to gain the upper hand in the fight for power. But what did this have to do with her, Gu Xingyin? Of course it did. If the Emperor of Sky Dragon died, where would eldest Princess Yongla go to get married and complete her quest as the legendary Princess Yongla? Thinking of this, she felt a headache coming on. It really was troublesome. She had to complete her quest. If the Emperor of Sky Dragon was her lover, it would be best. Then everyone would be happy. If not, she would need to use some small tricks. However, according to the heaven's love for the protagonist, she felt that the former was very likely. Who cares, she would see this Long Shao first. Gu Xingyin slowly got up from the soft couch and calmly said to the air, "Come out." The room was silent. Gu Xingyin did not care. She waited for a while and found that the other party had no intention of coming out, so she continued to say, "If you don't come out, when my secret guard comes, I can't guarantee what will happen next." As soon as her voice fell, there was a "hua-la" sound and the sound of water came from the hot spring pool. Before she could take a look, she felt a scorching hot body pressing against her back. At the same time, the fragrance of the lotus wrapped around her. It really was him. Gu Xingyin let out a sigh of relief. Then her throat was gripped by a calloused hand. A low voice sounded in her ears, "I'm really sorry, I need to stay here for a few days. I hope your highness can cooperate with me. Otherwise, this one will need to use some special methods." His breath was hot and it sprayed on Gu Xingyin's sensitive earlobe. That little fellow that was like white jade instantly turned red like blood. Long Shao felt his breathing become heavy and he almost couldn't control himself from wanting to take a bite. In fact, he did this. Gu Xingyin's body trembled. Bastard! This was the first time they met and he was already taking advantage of her. What a lecher! She heard herself say in a sinister voice, "If you dare to touch me again, I'll get someone to cut off one of your fingers." Long Shao was also awakened by her words. Just now, what was he doing? He loosened his grip, and after confirming that Gu Xingyin did not have any internal energy, he cooperated and released her. Gu Xingyin then turned around and looked at Long Shao carefully. His long eyebrows reached his temples, his eyes were clear and spirited, his nose was high, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He was a rare handsome man. Long Shao silently let her size him up. He had a noble status in Sky Dragon and had met many beauties who threw themselves at him, but he did not know why he was not interested in them at all. Even the way they looked at him made him very uncomfortable. But the person in front of him was different. When he noticed that the other party's gaze fell on him, he even subconsciously puffed out his chest, like a male beast that had been seeking a mate and wanted to show his most handsome and awe-inspiring side in front of a female beast. This situation made Long Shao, who had never studied the relationship between men and women, understand that he was interested in this woman. He knew who she was. Qing Kingdom's eldest Princess Yongla. A world-famous beauty. Chapter 1258. While Gu Xingyin was sizing up Long Shao was also sizing up Gu Xingyin. To be honest, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Long Shao would never have known that there was such an exquisite beauty in this world. She was like a person who had been carefully piled up with luxurious clothes, gold, jade, and jewelry since she was young. Even a strand of her hair looked very precious. But these were not the most important things. What Long Xiao was most interested in was not her beauty, but, when he hugged this woman just now, the satisfaction that surged from the bottom of his heart and from the depths of his soul surged out. It was as if as long as he hugged her, he would have everything. That kind of feeling was too fascinating. Unfortunately, he seemed to have angered the beauty in front of him. Gu Xingyin looked at the man staring at her without blinking. With her current status, as a princess who had been doted on since she was young and no one dared to disobey her, her reaction was even colder. Anyone could see that she was in a bad mood at this time. Gu Xingyin looked at the man in front of her coldly. "What are you looking at?" Long Xiao answered very honestly, "I'm looking at you." "How dare you?" Gu Xingyin was so angry that her face turned red. Little did she know that she had just taken a bath and was wearing a thin undergarment. Because of her contact with Long Xiao just now, there were a lot of water stains on her clothes. Looking at her like this, she was really fragrant. At least Long Xiao felt a little hot when he looked at her. Gu Xingyin lowered her head in hindsight. After glancing at her appearance, she grabbed a robe beside her and put it on herself. She met Long Xiao's gaze and said coldly, "If you look at me again, I'll dig out your eyeballs." Long Xiao looked at the woman in front of him with some amusement. As a person who had been on the battlefield all year round, he was the most sensitive to murderous aura. From the beginning to the end, he didn't sense any murderous aura from Princess Yongla. Even when she said that she would dig out his eyeballs, there was no murderous aura. She was just threatening him. However, Long Xiao still obediently lowered his gaze because she seemed to be really angry. However, when he lowered his eyes, Long Xiao realized that from his angle, he could see the corner of Gu Xingyin's clothes embroidered with exquisite dark patterns, and it revealed a small part of her ankles that was as delicate as jade. It was really beautiful. He praised in his heart. Gu Xingyin did not know what Long Xiao was thinking at this time. She began her routine interrogation. "Who are you? Why did you sneak into my palace so late at night?" Long Xiao naturally could not reveal his identity. He casually fabricated an identity and story. Fortunately, Gu Xingyin did not pursue the matter. She only gave Long Xiao a warning look. "I don't want to know whether what you said is true or false. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to pursue certain matters. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened." Long Xiao suddenly covered his abdomen and squatted down in pain. Gu Xingyin's eyebrows twitched, but she looked shocked and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Long Xiao looked at the panic that flashed through her eyes and laughed in his heart. As expected, she was a little rabbit who had never seen blood. Although he pretended to be an old scheming fox, his acting skills were still not good enough. He frowned in pain. "It's nothing. It's just a small injury." "Gu Xingyin, don't think that I don't know that the Emperor of Tianlong is a person who doesn't even frown when a sharp blade enters his body. Didn't you work so hard for me to see?" Chapter 1259. But since her lover was putting in this much effort, of course she had to do her best to cooperate. So Gu Xingyin knit her brows and revealed a look of disgust as she said to Long Xiao, "Take off your clothes and let me see." Long Xiao secretly thought that it was as expected, but he pretended to be unwilling on the surface. So Gu Xingyin revealed an even more arrogant attitude, "This one orders you to take off your clothes. Otherwise, you will immediately scram from here." Under the cold eldest princess coercion, Long Xiao had no choice but to untie his belt. While doing this, he helplessly said, "Eldest princess, you are the first woman to see my body." Gu Xingyin. "He's even addicted." She pretended not to hear this. Only when Long Xiao revealed the wound on his body, Gu Xingyin took in a cold breath. This was not an act, but rather an instinctive shock. She saw that on Long Xiao's skinny waist, there was a several-inch-long wound that went from his hip bone to his heart. The wound was very deep and Gu Xingyin could even see the red flesh inside. The edges of the wound were already turning black. It was clear that it had not been treated for a long time and had already begun to fester and become inflamed. It was a good thing that he could endure it. Gu Xingyin remembered that in the beginning, this man had a calm appearance when he threatened her. No one could tell that this was a man who was seriously injured. Moreover, he was soaked in water. Gu Xingyin angrily raised her head and met Long Xiao's gaze. Long Xiao saw that her eyes were a bit red and thought that he had scared her. That's right, a princess who had been pampered in the palace, how could she have seen such a terrifying wound? He apologetically covered the wound with his robe and said to Gu Xingyin, "Did I scare the eldest princess? I swear that I have no ill intentions towards the eldest princess. Once the soldiers leave, I will immediately leave this palace." Gu Xingyin only glared at him before turning to leave with an expressionless face. Long Xiao felt helpless. What kind of situation was this? She looked very angry, but she didn't call anyone over. His original plan was to use force to force the eldest princess to take him in for a few days, but after seeing her in person, he found that his heart was as hard as iron and he couldn't do it. Yes, he just couldn't do it. He didn't have the heart to force or threaten this woman. In the past, he had heard stories about beauties and heroes, but he had scoffed at them. He had always thought that as a man, he should focus on his career. As for love, it was just a small matter. However, even though his rationality told him that subduing this woman was beneficial to him, he could only watch as she walked out of the hall. Perhaps in the next moment, he would be surrounded and killed by the guards of this palace. It must be because the wound was inflamed, causing his mind to be muddled. Long Xiao smiled bitterly. He had actually done such an irrational thing. He no longer had the strength to leave this place. His body was burning up, and it was the piercing pain from his wound that kept him awake. Let's leave it to the heavens, he thought with a bitter smile. While he was in a daze, a figure with a warm peach blossom fragrance appeared in front of him. Long Xiao struggled to open his eyes and saw that the person who had left was half squatting down, holding something in his hand. Consider yourself lucky. This one is in a good mood today, so I'll save your life. A cold female voice sounded in his ears. Chapter 1260. The peach blossom scent of the person beside him smelled very good, like the sunlight of spring shining on his body. A pair of hands tugged at his hands, as if trying to get him to let go of them. The temperature of that hand was very comfortable for him who was currently burning up. Long Xiao obediently let go of the lapel and held the hand tightly instead. So comfortable. After being grabbed by someone, he didn't want to let go for the rest of his life. This was his last thought before his consciousness fell into complete darkness. Gu Xingyin helplessly looked at this person tightly holding her hand. How was she going to apply medicine like this? This person's grip was very tight. When she finally pulled his hand away, she found that the back of her hand was bruised. Gu Xingyin. Eldest Princess Yongla's skin was indeed very delicate. She helped Long Xiao get rid of the wet clothes on his body and cleaned his wounds. Finally, she finished applying medicine for him. Gu Xingyin was already covered in sweat. There was no other way. This body was a typical pampered one. It had probably never done something so tiring in its life. Looking at the pale man on the bed, Gu Xingyin frowned. In the end, she returned to her room. It had been a long time since Long Xiao had a good sleep like this. When he woke up and felt the unfamiliar surroundings, his heart skipped a beat. Then he suddenly remembered what happened last night. As expected. He calmed down and looked around. He was lying on a soft bed that was enough for several people to lie down side by side. Not far away, there was a hot pool. There was a bright light coming in from the outside, showing that it was getting late. There was a cool feeling coming from his wounds, showing that someone had applied medicine. Eldest Princess Yongla probably didn't want people to know that there was a stranger in her bath, so it was obvious who had applied medicine. The image of the other side looking at him with a look of disdain appeared in his mind. Long Zhao's lips couldn't help curling into a smile. When Gu Xingyin entered the hall, she saw his smile. It had to be said that this man's appearance was really good. If a young lady was here and saw a handsome man smiling under the sunlight, she would probably be moved. Of course, she wouldn't fall for him. Her heart had always been with him from the beginning to the end. But on the surface, she snorted coldly and said with the usual arrogance of eldest Princess Yongle, "Awake? You're just lucky that this consort was in a good mood and saved your life. No matter what your identity is, you just need to remember that your life belongs to this consort from now on." After saying that, she did not get a response. She could not help but frown and look at Long Xiao. In the end, the other party was looking at him in shock. Long Xiao was really shocked. Last night, firstly, the lighting was not good, and secondly, Gu Xingyin had just finished bathing, so there were no decorations on her body. Long Xiao looked at her and felt that she was indeed a rare beauty. But today was different. As eldest Princess Yongle, Su Baochan's clothes were all exquisite and luxurious. She had always been fond of gorgeous decorations, and she was able to suppress her aura and appearance. Naturally, she would never let herself be wronged in these matters. A woman's beauty had always been 7 parts color and 3 parts dressing. But Su Baochan herself was 12 parts color, and in addition, her dressing was considered top-notch in the entire Qing kingdom. The beauty was like jade. When she smiled, looked back, or raised her eyebrows, she had endless elegance and an endless mellow fragrance. Long Xiao felt that he was drunk in the mellow fragrance. He didn't want to wake up.